Yes, Your Honor.
You know, I think that's at City Hall. I think it might be that's causing the feedback.
We're looking into it on our end, Your Honor.
All righty. So we'll
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
Hey, Roger, just looking at it, it looks like both yours and Yolanda's mics are. Try muting Yolanda's. Try that. No, yep, just trying to help.
I think it's just the mic to yourself and mic, so that one of is completely muted. Alrighty, Miss. Are you ready?
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
You're muted, Your Honor.
Thank you. Council will step action has been typed for an update on emergency. As we usually do this item, we have a report from the city manager, and we'll also have an update on CDC recommendations and the City of Tucson's ordinance regarding masks. I'll send it over to the city manager to give us a report and an update on the COVID-19 emergency.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Mine will be very brief. Continuing with the TCC, as I mentioned at the last meeting, we are starting to wind down our efforts there. I expect that most of the staff will no longer be there towards the end of this month. I have authorized continued use of the facility by Pima County should they find it necessary. And so we're going to leave it available to them through July. So if there is a need, we see a reason for them to use it, they're going to have access to it. But our staff is winding down at the end of this month. We're continuing with testing over at El Pueblo, where it's 3 days a week. Obviously very, very slow on both fronts, both the testing and the vaccine fronts, but wanted to make sure that folks knew those are available. We are waiting further guidance on the American Rescue Plan. We are expecting that to occur this coming week. Hopefully we will not only get our check of about $69 million, but also get the guidance, further guidance. So hopefully when we get together on the 18th, I'll be able to share that with you. As I've done in the past, just a quick report on our delinquencies. I know that was very important to the council. Our delinquencies in our water function are down to about 3.4 million. So we've made significant progress there. As you remember, we had a high of around 9 million a bit ago, but we're down at about 3.4 million. Mayor, that concludes my report. Happy to answer questions or turn it over to Mr. Rankin, as you mentioned, Mayor, to talk a little bit more about the masking ordinance.
Yeah, just to set up the item for Mr. Rankin to come in and talk to us about conversation that has been happening here at my office, along with you, Mr. Manager, and Mr. Rankin has been also touching base with Pima County Health Department as well as Pima County. As we all know, the CDC updated its mask wearing requirements to allow fully vaccinated individuals to be outside without having to wear a mask, with some exceptions. I believe it's important that we continue our local mask wearing ordinance and be able to make sure that it complies with CDC guidelines. In other words, that is being updated as CDC updates their mask wearing requirements. Also, I want to make sure that we provide consistency between the City of Tucson ordinance and Pima County Health Department and what they recommend, and Pima County's resolution for mask wearing. So just to comment, the CDC recommends the individuals who are fully vaccinated continue to wear masks in indoor public settings like the grocery store or banks or all businesses. Also, if they're gathering indoors with unvaccinated people, including children, for more than one household, as well as visiting indoors with an unvaccinated person who is at increased risk of severe illness or death from COVID-19. So we are long and far away from reaching herd immunity, and there is still precautions that we need to take. COVID is real. It is, as we've seen throughout the world, and there are deadly variants that are moving throughout the world, like in Brazil, and we know what's happening, unfortunately, in India. My heart goes out to India and what is happening with COVID-19 there. So we need to be careful, and we still need to make sure that we're wearing our masks, but there are exceptions to having to wear a mask. With that, I'd like to make sure that Mr. Rankin talks to us about our ordinance and how it will keep up with CDC guidelines and recommendations.
Thank you, Mayor. And you've already covered the description of what the revised CDC guidance has been. And so the questions that it triggered was whether we need to revise our local ordinance requiring face coverings in order to remain consistent with the guidance that's being provided by the CDC. And the short answer is that we included enough and appropriate exceptions within the city's ordinance, and the county did as well. Remember, we coordinated with the county so that we were on the same page in terms of how we were shaping our requirements. So in both instances, our ordinance, their resolution, already include exceptions that mean that our ordinance is still consistent with CDC guidance, including the updated guidance that you just described, under which folks who've been fully vaccinated are free to engage in more activities without wearing a mask, particularly outdoors. And our exceptions already cover that. Nonetheless, I think it would be a good idea for the mayor and council to reinforce that the intention of the ordinance all along, and all the other direction that the mayor and council have given with respect to pandemic restrictions or mandates, is that we continue to stay in compliance with CDC guidance as that guidance evolves over time as more folks are vaccinated and the issues with the pandemic change. So I think it would be appropriate for the mayor and council to give a motion to that effect, to include direction to the city attorney, the city manager, TPD, and all city staff that are involved in the interpretation or enforcement of our requirements, that we at all times do so in a manner consistent with CDC guidance, the most current CDC guidance, and with respect to our mask ordinance in particular, which we adopted last year. And so I think a motion to that effect would be beneficial at this time.
Councilmember Cunningham, you have your hand up.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm happy to make that motion to update the ordinance. Is to be in compliance with the CDC and be consistent with the parameters laid out by Pima County.
Alrighty, so that is in the form of a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this particular conversation?
And Mayor, if that motion is adopted, we won't need to update our ordinance, the text of it, at this time, but we will continue to interpret and enforce it in a manner consistent with the revised CDC guidance. And if at some point it does become necessary to amend our ordinance as CDC guidance changes over time, then we will certainly bring that back to the mayor and council. The effect of the motion would also mean that we'll continue to coordinate with Pima County, which, as you mentioned, I've been doing over last week, just to make sure that we're approaching things the same way that they are, and we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. So there's a motion and a second on the floor. There's no further discussion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Any other items?
Another thing with respect to this item that we agendized relating to the transit mask policy. You'll remember that the mayor and council discussed it and approved the framework of the policy for wearing face coverings while on public transit. That was back in January. I just wanted to make sure we added it to the agenda today to let the mayor and council know that the Transportation Safety Administration, TSA, has now extended the mask requirements, face covering requirements on public transit throughout the country through September 13. And in that order has referred to the CDC guidance with respect to when masks must be worn, including on public transit. In one instant, in one respect, I want to make the mayor and council aware that that CDC guidance has now been revised to say that face shields are not an acceptable alternative for wearing a mask. So we will be revising, Transit is revising its policy and its information out to its customers, including on the outward-facing public information that they're providing. The requirements still include certain exemptions for people with specific disabilities and or cognitive impairments that don't allow them to take their own masks off and things like that. So those protections will all stay in place, but there will be some revisions about when it's okay or not okay to wear a face shield instead of a face covering, so that we can remain consistent with the CDC guidance. And we really don't have much choice in that, because the mandate from TSA applies to all public transit systems that receive federal assistance, which includes our own transit system.
So Madam Mayor, is that included in the motion?
I think you need to give a motion. Back in January, you gave the direction to say we approve the policy, but we approve it to be implemented consistent with CDC and TSA requirements. So this is more just informational, so you're not surprised if you start to hear that some of the policies on transit are being updated.
Thank you for the update. Councilmember Fuentes, I did hear your question. No, we do not need a motion to
Additional, okay.
this happen. So.
And so our motion is to cover it till September 13th also? Is that what we're saying with CDCs?
We don't need a motion for the transit issue, and the motion that we just voted on is.
Oh, we didn't vote yet, did we?
Yeah, we voted.
Oh, we did, I'm sorry.
Basically just to kind of make sure that our ordinance is in accordance to the CDC guidelines.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Of course. All righty, so anything
Your
else?
Honor, I had one other thing with this item.
Sure, go ahead. Council
Look,
member.
I know this is our COVID item, and so this is as you know, when I presented to the council about a month ago about having a high school showcase football game that the city is supporting, I'm actually going to, I was going to coordinate with the mayor's office. The mayor, I'm happy to inform you, you've been invited to do the coin flip before the game. But I wanted to ask if our people could reach out to the county and maybe coordinate a vaccine pop-up at that event. I think that event they're going to do a social distance plan consistent with the Tucson High graduation, but it's still going to attract some people, some of whom may not have been vaccinated yet. And so I think that would be a great opportunity as far as some of the pop-up vaccination events we've had in the last couple of weeks, as I've noticed them around the country. So I wanted to ask our team if we could just talk to the county and just say, hey, look, if it's possible, perhaps we can figure out the logistics on the southern field adjacent to the high school, the Tucson High football stadium, to have a pop-up vaccination event. So that was my ask, and I was wondering if I needed a motion or if that was okay just to ask.
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, I don't think a motion is necessary. Happy to reach out to our partners at the county and see what the logistics of that might look like, and I can inform you as to when that or how that might work. So happy to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, you had another comment.
Yeah, Mayor, I just wanted to let you know, we just today, actually this morning, less than a couple hours ago, received notification. So quick shout out to Congressman Grijalva's office for letting us know that the Restaurant Revitalization Fund the portal is now open, and that's huge. It's $28.6 billion, and qualifying restaurants, food trucks, bars, breweries, caterers, etc., can apply. And so what I'll do, Mayor, is I'll send you a copy of that to the mayor and council. You can put it in your newsletters so we can get the word out, and hopefully we can get some of these funds to help some of our folks that are really struggling in the restaurant industry. So I just wanted to give you a heads up. We'll do that here. I think Andrew's on, and I'll ask him to send that and forward that to you so you can include those in your newsletters and get that word out. That's all, Mayor.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for bringing that up. It's very relevant to our conversation during the budget that we're going to have in terms of where we need continued investment. But thank you. Yes, please do share that so that we can share it with the community. And I imagine that Barbara Coffey from our Economic Initiatives Office is also going to share it in her website, and all the connections and links should be shared on our website as well. Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Really appreciate it. So with that, we're moving on to item, this is what we're gonna do. We're going to move on to item 7, which is a conversation about the bifusion blocker machine, and wanted to cue Councilmember Kosacek because he has been doing a lot of the research on this particular machine. Called me and suggested that both of us add this to the agenda. So I was very, very happy to add my name into this conversation. Most importantly, because Mayor and Council passed a climate emergency declaration in the city of Tucson back in September of 2020. And part of that declaration is that we pledge to become a zero waste city by 2050 as part of our climate action goals. Bifusion is a perfect piece of the puzzle in terms of how we, the city of Tucson, deal with our waste and how we start talking about becoming a zero waste city. The award-winning bylaw can be one of the many strategies for the city of Tucson to help advance our goals, especially because this particular product uses unrecyclable plastic into reusable, eco-friendly, and cost-effective building blocks. Some examples of what have been used with ByBlocks are to build the lifeguard tower in Manhattan Beach, California, a school pavilion in Lua, Hawaii, a partnership with Ocean Voyages Institute to repurpose 20 tons of marine debris and plastic waste into construction blocks. And so it is really the wave of the future and something that the city of Tucson is
muted.
Mayor, you're muted.
I don't know how that happened, but just wanted to set up the conversation to look at really the vision that we have as a city with zero waste. With that, I'd like to invite Councilmember Kozachik to jump in and introduce our speakers.
Yeah, you nailed it. Good job. Today we've got Michael Kuhawa and Kelly Ramey on with us. They represent Bifusion. The mayor just described it really well. The Bifusion is a process by which plastics are heated up and then fused together, and they produce a construction-grade block. They fit together like Legos. There's no concrete, no mortar. They're tied together with rebar. And the blocker machine is nearly 100% environmentally self-contained. The blocker machines come in 3 sizes. The amount of plastic that runs through our MRF can easily justify the large 9-cell. But I'll let Kelly and Michael describe that even further. So we did a reuse program with glass. We're self-performing on compost. All of those are steps towards the zero waste that the mayor just mentioned. We have Prop 407 projects coming that are going to be involved construction. That if we can self-perform on the block pieces of it, then we save money and we can extend those tax dollars even further. And yes, you can use single-use plastic bags in the blocking machine. So with that, Kelly and Michael, the floor is yours. And after they're done, I've got a very simple motion. And Roger, you've got their PowerPoint queued, correct? And Kelly, Michael, it's all yours.
Great. Shall we share our screen, or would you guys like to queue it up?
Roger, what do you want them to do?
I'm happy to share. I have.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You're quicker on the draw than he is.
Okay. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you, Steve, and thank you, everyone, for allowing us to be here today. We are really excited about the enthusiasm Tucson has expressed for Bifusion. As we all know, the plastic issue is a massive one. Not a day goes by that we don't hear about it in one way or another. And that's why we've developed a patented solution that converts all unrecyclable plastic, including marine debris, into an advanced, reusable building material made entirely of plastic waste. It's a pretty big disruptor in that it doesn't require any additional additives, adhesives, or aggregates. It's just plastic waste. ByBlock applications are endless. We're working on inserting ByBlock in the market into low risk, easy to use applications such as infrastructure, landscaping, terracing, public works, and additional dwelling units. We've done a tremendous amount of testing over the years, not only with our machine, but with BuyBlock. We've focused on structural, environmental, and acoustic testing, all against ASTM, UL, and US Green Building Council standards. We compare our products to lumber and concrete as they're used in the majority of conventional construction, and these are some of the categories where we excel. What makes us unique in this space is the reusable component. From an advantages perspective, there's a couple of different things to think about. One is, this is essentially like an adult Lego. Anybody can build with this product, and you can build fast because you don't require any additional glues or adhesives. You stack blocks to your wall height, and you're ready for finishing within minutes, opposed to hours or days. The cost savings and speed that you're seeing here are a direct comparison as if you were building an 8-foot CMU wall. You can build a lot faster because of zero dry time, and you don't need highly skilled labor. The other interesting thing about this material is that from a speed to market perspective, it takes a couple of years for a piece of lumber to get from the forest to the lumber yard with dry time, cut time, and logistics. In addition, concrete takes anywhere from 30 to 40 days to get out of the machine and into the brickyard for purchase. Our product can go to market in less than 20 days. The BuyBlock making process is very simple. Plastic is collected, shredded, and then fused into BuyBlock. No additional sorting, cleaning, or pre-processing is required. Our blocker systems are designed to scale to meet the volume demands of the operations of the community. They come in two types of setups, the industrial blocker and the community blocker. The community blocker lives in a 40-foot shipping container and is intended to go wherever plastic waste is. Its smaller footprint allows for greater flexibility and mobility. The industrial blocker is intended to be factory floor mounted. The throughput you see here is based on 9 blocker cells, but it can scale to meet any demand. Using only steam and compression, Bifusion's zero waste process repurposes unsorted, commingled plastic waste into BuyBlock without secondary additives or fillers. 22 pounds of plastic create a 22-pound BuyBlock. Plastic is loaded into the shredder from the sorting line. The blocker's automated system then delivers the plastic into the blocker cells to produce BuyBlock. BuyBlock is then ejected from the blocker cell and palletized for sale, shipment, and building applications. The way that we work is fairly simple. We sell our systems to our core group of partners, which range from waste management, municipalities, corporations, and in some cases, franchisees. Our system helps our partners reduce costly machine use, achieve their zero waste goals, and save money on tipping fees. In essence, we are doing our best to rethink what a circular economy is, and we work with our partners to help convert their plastic waste into a commodity product at the source, solving the global plastic problem locally. We then distribute BuyBlock in local markets, creating a new future for plastic waste that would typically sit in landfills or pollute our oceans. Our ultimate goal is to monetize the plastic that is destined for the landfill. With this goal in mind, we'll help our partners achieve zero waste, near zero tipping fees, reduce logistic cost, reduce machine use, and landfill diversion. While helping them achieve these goals, we provide diversion and traceability reports and help them support the whole supply chain. We've been lucky enough to receive accolades from these great companies as a leader in both waste management and building materials. And that is the end of our presentation. I'm sure you all have questions, and we also have our VP of Product Development on the call, Michael, who can help answer any technical related questions.
Thanks, Kelly. I would just make a quick motion and then open this up. I would like to direct staff to work with Bifusion and bring us back an implementation plan in 60 days at our July 7th study session.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Thank you so much, Councilmember and Vice Mayor. Just a couple of questions just to make sure that we're having a thorough conversation. How many projects, and this might be for our city manager, how many projects that are Prop 407 projects could you potentially use our Bifusion blocks for, Mr. Manager?
Mayor, I really don't have an exact number. I know that there's a variety of different uses, as you saw from the slideshow, everything from privacy wall type applications up to potentially building. What I would explore would be some of our restroom facilities as maybe an option. I'd have to really look at what the application could be in order to answer that. My gut is the expiration in 60 days, I can come back with a recommendation going forward.
And then maybe this is for Carlos or you, Mr. Manager, but can the city develop its own space in our landfill? I know that we contract services at the Republic MRF facility. So if the city were to purchase a Bifusion machine, would we be able to move it around? If we wanted it at the MRF, we could put it at the MRF, or could we use it to move it to our landfill? And maybe this is Michael or Kelly could potentially answer this question.
Mayor, I think they might be more appropriate in terms of the mobility of the machine itself to answer that question.
The quick answer is yes. Because our machine does process a large amount of material, you just want to make sure that it's the move, taking advantage of the mobility of the smaller community blocker makes the most sense. If you just, if it's processing, at a minimum a ton a day based on an 8-hour workday, you don't want to take all the effort to move it and make all the utility connections for a small amount of plastic. I mean, you can, but you start to really get nitpicky on the what's a wasted resource and what's the most valuable use of your energy. But you can. The quick answer is you can. You just want to be mindful of volumes.
Thank you, Michael. Any other
Sure.
questions from my colleagues? All right, I don't hear any more. Councilmember Kozachik, did you want to close up the item?
Well, just thank you, Michael and Kelly, for carving out the time to share with us. I think it's an absolutely cool idea. And beyond 407 projects, we've got plenty of, we're talking about ADUs. I know you've done some of those. We're talking about other, if these are construction grade blocks, then we don't have to limit them just to city uses. Earlier today, I had a guy email me saying that he had retired from his construction trade, but if we do this, he wants to come out of retirement and work on it with us. So some very cool options, and looking forward to what the implementation plan looks like in 60 days.
Absolutely, and I think that the implementation plan, we can think about other uses for Bifusion blocks in our community. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Michael and Kelly, for your presentation. We appreciate your time. And with that, let's vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Councilmember Kozachik.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Alrighty, now we move on to, let's see. What I'll do is I'm going to take the compensation plan conversation first, and then we're going to move into the budget discussion. So we are moving on to item 3. Time has been set aside for a presentation of the fiscal year 21-22 compensation plan. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. So this is our annual discussion about the compensation plan. This is a requirement from the charter And it does give us guidance on the market posture analysis that's necessary on an annual basis. So I'm going to turn it over to Ana Urquijo, who will go over that. Keep in mind that the employees will have a public hearing available to them on Friday, by which they can make commentary, which can then be considered by council at the next meeting. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ana. Go ahead, Ana.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. I bring before you today the annual compensation plan recommendation made to the city manager. As Mr. Ortega mentioned, this is required by the city charter. This is not an action item today for the purpose of the charter process. This process begins a formal and annual process to examine market posture for city classifications and also to bring relevant recommendations to existing pay schedules through an ordinance process. So for the past several years, due to challenges with the economy, we have been required, or we've come back through this process with market analysis more through a spot checking process in areas of retention challenges and making recommendations within existing pay schedules to address our ongoing challenges. And over the course of the current fiscal year, staff conducted and outsourced market rate studies of all classifications in the organization due to the mayor and council's vision and strong commitment to employee wages. And, we've already made some positive impact with many of the steps taken through the use of our current pay structure. But this brings forward now a new set of market study findings to present a new market, competitive market posture for the organization. So the recommendation is twofold. And if you saw with the item, we produced several exhibits. We produced exhibits that we were provided to us through the combination of consultants and internal staff review on the market analysis. We've established classifications that are above market, classifications within market, and those below market. We've separated out also exhibits for our sworn personnel at Tucson Police Department and our commissioned personnel at the fire department. So the recommendation is twofold. One is to use our market study findings toward the implementation of wage adjustments to reach our competitive market posture. And the application is not necessarily part of the annual compensation plan, but it's a separate item. But using these benchmarks, if you will, and the findings of market rates for every classification is the initial recommendation that sets forth this process today and sets forth steps. I'm echoing, I'm sorry. Steps towards the annual compensation. The second portion is to lay back pay schedule changes. Many those are going to be brought back in for adoption as part of the compensation.
Hold on a second. If the clerk can mute both the sound and themselves, then we'll be okay with your presentation. Go ahead, Ana.
Okay, I didn't know if it was on my end only, so thank you for that, Mayor. So again, the recommendation is twofold. One is to produce the market findings so that employees may see what the results of those were. And second is to come back as part of an ordinance change with multiple recommendations on existing pay schedules. Not everything that we'd like to do to pay schedules in terms of further analysis is required with the extent of these recommendations. There is further review that's necessary to also examine bandwidth of certain pay schedules, consolidation of other pay schedules. So staff continues to work basically around the clock to get those ready, but we will come back, as you see by my second item on the recommendation, with pay schedules that are already reconfigured into new modeling that's been recommended as part of a June annual compensation plan. And then as the year continues, we will continue to ratify additional changes to other pay schedules as we continue reviewing some of these findings. But for now, it is my honor to offer this as a recommendation, and I'm honored to be part of an organization that takes, such an employee-centric approach, and to bring this competitive market posture to light to the organization from the perspective of the entire compensation plan. And it's no longer a spot checking analysis, but beyond this will become more of a maintenance. And certainly a very, very tall order, but it's something that I've not seen in the research that I've done, at least here through the city of Tucson. So this opens up reviews. We have shared these items, these exhibits have been shared with labor. We're working on storyboards to all employees to make sure that they understand what is presented before them so that they can comment or ask questions at this Friday's public hearing, also a charter requirement. And then we will take any disputes, comments, kind of put them together, meet with groups again to clarify any questions, and come back with a report of those public hearing items and how we've either resolved or communicated back to employees or labor groups at the next meeting on May 18th. And then beyond that, we'll finalize the annual comp plan recommendation. So the last thing I'd like to just state and clarify that this process that's required by charter aligns with the budget process every year. And it just so happens that we were also moving in the direction of implementation of many wage adjustments. So today's item here really just sets the tone and prefaces, if you will, conversations for the next item as you discuss the budget recommendation. But this is a separate item and requires no action. It just initiates the process that's required under the charter. So with that, I open that up to any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anna. I just want to mention how timid you are being in terms of you and your team credit. We, the mayor and council, asked you all, the city manager, yourself, and Jeff Yates, and all of your team, to really conduct a Herculean effort of conducting market study throughout the organization back in, I believe it was January or February. And the reason we wanted to make sure that we took an approach where we looked at the entire City of Tucson organization is that we had seen that we had some very departments that were bleeding, departments that we couldn't attract or retain employees. And so I want to make sure that we give you the appropriate credit for doing a huge ask that mayor and council brought to the table in doing a organization-wide market rate study. And so thank you to the city manager, thank you to Jeff Yates for doing that. And I just want to make sure that we repeat some of the information that you've already given us before, that as we were looking at the important step to take as an organization to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour and then deal with compression on the $15 minimum wage issue that mayor and council gave direction on. We also looked at how far behind we were in some particular departments that had started looking into the issue of attrition. That was fire, that was TPD. We looked at IT, we were looking at public safety communications. And so what we found in mayor and council really giving direction to say, wait, let's take a timeout and do an organization-wide market rate analysis, we found out that 81% of our workforce is below market rate. And as an individual that believes in closing that gap, in paying our workers well, a living wage, I think that it is important that the step that we are possibly going to take today, and hopefully I hope that we give direction to move forward with implementation of this proposal, which I think, by the way, is going to be a historic step that mayor and council invest this type of funds, $30 million into our workforce. And I agree with you, Anna, that I too am proud of my colleagues on the council for looking at this discrepancy and this unfairness in terms of how we pay our employees, and hopefully take a step to correct that. It is going to be a historic investment in our employees, and it really is going to put us in a fair, competitive space. You know, in terms of the investment that we are making, it is a smart investment. It will be a good return on investment. I feel as though every time we lose a worker to a competitor, we are losing institutional knowledge, we are losing time, we are losing money invested in training for that worker. When I think about the attrition happening, for example, at the Tucson Police Department, where outside police departments come and poach our officers in the city of Tucson, and the investment that we do in academies and training our police officers is lost. And so the same thing with our 911 operators and first responders, to our IT professionals and blue collar workers. $30 million investment will be a good return on investment. So I have some questions, but I do want to allow for my colleagues on the council to ask questions or make their commentary. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. Anna and City Manager, I was wondering if we had, or if we're taking into consideration bringing the farthest below market, those that are the furthest below market rate up first. I see some of the classifications have them down as much as 38% below market rate. So I'm just thinking about just like the equity lens that we're taking into how we're implementing this. That's my first question. The second part is, can you remind us and the public again about the strategy of using vacancies to meet some of these funding gaps, and which departments will be sacrificing vacant positions to bring current employees up to market rate?
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, those are great questions. So first, I am recommending that we cap the adjustments at 15%. My reasoning for that is actually quite simple. Because normally a market analysis of this magnitude takes anywhere from 18 months to even 2 years to go through and fully vet and implement. And we did it in the course of a few months. Mayor, as you mentioned, it was really Herculean task that the staff pulled off here. What I was concerned with is that those are pretty large numbers in some areas, and we're not necessarily seeing high turnover at this point. So what I've asked the staff to do is cap the non-public safety and non-IT items at 15% immediately upon direction from the council, assuming that we move down the path. We will start looking at those. You mentioned, Councilmember, 38%, or those are big numbers. But I want to make sure that that we go back and recompute those, make sure that those are in fact correct. If they are, then we're ready to implement those. But what I didn't want to do is have an anomaly out there, if you will, where potentially there was a 38% and it really isn't 38%, it's more like 18%. And then I've now adjusted the salary at 38%, and then I have to have a conversation about potentially going in reverse. So I didn't want to put us in that position. So that's the first question. The second question with regard to vacancies, as I presented to you in prior conversations, the model is built on a realistic assumption as to what positions will be filled. And I broke it down by public safety. I separated them out. So I had police, fire, and communications, as well as all other functions within the city. And what I did is projected out what, I'll use the term realistically, we could expect to fill in terms of positions. Now, I would also, I don't mind telling you that some of those numbers are optimistic. If I can get police at 96% filled positions, if we can get the organization as a whole at 93%, that's very optimistic, because normally it's in the 10 to 12% organization-wide. But what I did is it's more of an aspirational goal, and I've budgeted that way. So there's a little bit of an optimism built into those vacancies, but I think that they can be achieved. Again, staying with market, and one piece which I think council member is really important, is in the budget, in the 5-year budget projection, I have made an assumption that there's a placeholder for future market adjustments. So on an annual basis, as Ms. Urquijo mentioned, we will bring back to you, just as a part of the charter conversation, a recommendation for the subsequent year. Traditionally, that recommendation has been very spotty and very minuscule in terms of potential investment. But what I've suggested is, going forward, we've got to build those dollars in to the budget discussion up front, so that we don't fall behind and cause ourselves to get into this situation again in the future. I hope that answers your question, Councilmember.
Yes, thank you.
So, Mr. Ortega, you are essentially using vacancy savings to help us pay for this $30 million price tag that we have in front of us, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. And you had alluded to our Tucson City Code that states that under the direction of the city manager, the Human Resources Director shall annually conduct or cause to be conducted a labor market survey. I want to dig a little bit more into the annual market survey. One of the issues that has brought us here today, that will hopefully we will move into a historic investment in our labor force, is that we were not keeping up with labor market surveys, right? We were had just gone out of a recession, and we had to do so many different things in order to keep our employees as much as possible and not cause massive layoffs. But we have gotten to a place where, because we were not doing annual market surveys, we were left behind. And so I do not want to make this step and then be back here again in 5 years. I want to be able to make sure that every single year we budget for cost of living adjustments and for market rate adjustments, so that we keep up and stay up in terms of how we pay our employees. So every year we have to be able to budget for pay for our biggest investment, which is human resources in the city of Tucson. So how do you plan to keep up with that and do our annual labor market survey?
Sure, Mayor. And by the way, I do take responsibility for not staying up with market. And in fairness to you as a council, you didn't have flexibility. And I think that you didn't have the option of trying to stay up with market. But as you know, over the last few years, several years, 5 years, 7 months and a couple days, right, to be exact, really the focus has been on employee-centric organization. So the way that we get to that point is by building up capacity. And that's in essence what we've done. So in future years, I've put a placeholder into the budget in conversation of about 2%. Now, that doesn't mean, and my nervousness in even using a number is, it doesn't mean that there's an automatic 2% for folks, right? But it's a placeholder so that the conversation with the council and you, Mayor, starts there, where we say, okay, you know, here are some areas where we are starting to see a challenge from a market standpoint. And then I can bring with that a recommendation to say we have to keep track with market or keep up with market, and here's how to do it. And by the way, here's a funding source. Traditionally, what would happen, Mayor, is those raises, those conversations were after everything else settled, right? And so what I'm recommending to you, Mayor, and to the council is that we build that into the conversation up front, so that we know that's a cost, and that will keep us at a point, hopefully keeping up with market. But I will tell you that since I've been having these discussions with you, I've always advocated that I even want to be above market. Now, that sounds almost far-fetched, right? But at the end of the day, in order to recruit top talent, in order to retain top talent, we've got to make sure that we're competitive. And we all basically recruit from the same pool. And so we're needing to make sure we are competitive, both with other public agencies as well as with the private sector. So with that placeholder, I'm hoping, Mayor, that we can keep track and keep up with the market efforts.
Well, let me ask you something, and this doesn't, I mean, I don't think we need to do it in the form of a motion. I think that it's just giving you input and feedback and direction on my end. I just want to make sure that we are having those conversations monthly with the Labor Council, which you already do, and your staff already does in Human Resources, and that the Labor Council initiates the conversation immediately, right? We shouldn't wait till the last minute so that we initiate this conversation. So by the time we come into the next budgeting process for next year, we're already lining up, that we don't have to, even though I'm very appreciative of you and your staff acting so quickly on the market rate study, that we don't have to do this market rate analysis in the last 3 months to be able to get to where we need in terms of the budget when it comes to the conversation on pay. So I would love to be able to have you all institute and start this conversation with the Labor Council, so that monthly you have this conversation, and by the time we get to next year, we're all ready to go, depending on what market rate surveys say.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we will definitely do that. And in fairness to the labor groups, we have been very, very quick on this. This has not been, they really haven't had, I'll even use the term, adequate time to truly digest a lot of these pieces, because number one, they're hot off the press. But to your point, I think it is an ongoing discussion and dialogue for those future meetings and that future opportunity.
Any other questions, comments from my colleagues?
Mayor,
I'm prepared to make a motion now to get this thing going. Because, I know our employees have been hurting, and during the pandemic, we've lost many people. And so I would like to move that we authorize up to $30 million for the city manager to proceed with implementation of raising wages for all city employees to market levels by early June or as soon as possible. In addition, to direct the city manager to implement a 2% pay increase for all employees not affected by market adjustments, to ensure that each and every one of our employees sees a raise and acknowledgement of their efforts to keep our city running during unprecedented times.
I'll second
There
that
is a
motion.
motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mayor,
Mr. Ortega.
so I'm sorry to be a little bit of a wet blanket. So I appreciate that. I think that this motion is fine to right this second. But what I was really hoping is under the budget discussion, which is actually the next item, I can get into a little more detail on that. But I mean, I think it's up to you. If you make that call now, then we'll make the assumption it's done for the budget discussion if you like.
No, Mr. Ortega, I would like to keep the motion here. This is a very particular about compensation, and I think we could have a much more thorough department by department type discussion at the budget level. So I would like to keep and vote on the motion on the table.
Perfect.
Alrighty. Any further discussion or questions by my colleagues? Hearing none.
Yes,
Councilmember Cunningham?
Yeah, so piggybacking on what the manager just inquired. But my question to this is that I hope we're prepared for this because we're about to have a budget discussion. And I want to be sure that each department head knows what their rough budget is now that we've just added $30 million divided into so many departments. I just want to make sure that their general fund impacts and their budget requests have all been pre-calculated. That's kind of where I'm going with this question.
Mr. Manager?
Mayor, the $30 million number that Councilmember Fimbres included in his motion is included in my recommended budget. As Councilmember Santa Cruz asked, the funding for that, the majority of which comes from vacancy savings, some comes from revenue growth. And as I showed you, or I will show you in the updated 5-year projection, you can see how that stabilizes in the 4th and 5th year.
And Mike, on that ongoing money, because we're at whatever percent, 85% or 87%. And as we rise to 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, we can meet these obligations year to year, correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, that's correct. That's what my projections show at this point.
Now, what if we go into year 3 and year 4, considering that some experts have a inflation crisis looming prediction? If you talk to some of the economic and financial analysts, how are we going to be able to infuse another round of raises in 3 years? That's kind of what I'm worried about now.
Sure.
I'm thinking 2-3 years from now, we may need another 3 or 4% COLA or something just to stay competitive. So, and I know we talked about this a minute ago, but I just want to see how that's factored in year 2, 3. I know you said year 5. What about year 2 and 3? Because we may need it sooner.
Sure, Mayor, and I don't mind getting into a little more detail on the budget piece. So there's some unknowns out there. I don't mind telling you. So certainly, what happens with the economy is one. There are dials that we can use. We have dollars built in for supplemental requests going forward. We have dollars for one-time expenses going forward. We also have built-in wage adjustment monies that are out there. I don't mind telling you if there is a challenge that we're faced with and I have to make a recommendation to cut back, I will do that. The reason that I use the 5-year model is so that we can continue to project. And so every year, quite frankly, every month, we go through and we update that model. And if we start to see a challenge for you in the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th year, or even farther, I have to tell you, and then I have to start making adjustments. So what I've basically done is looked at how we can take advantage of the vacancy savings and some of the one-time monies that we've had from vacancy savings to address the competitiveness of our salary structure. Am I going to absolutely guarantee you that we won't have challenges going forward? I can't do that. But what I can tell you is that we have the plan, which gives us buffer, if you will, bridging for at least 2.5 years. that gives us time to make adjustments up to and including holding vacancies. It could be that I come back to you 2 years from now and say, look, the economy is going badly, and so we're going to have to, instead of our target at 96% or 93%, it's going to have to be at 90 or 91%. So that we scale back those expenses. But the beauty of it is we do it ahead of time, so we aren't backed into a corner where we're having to have layoffs or we're having to make catastrophic draconian cuts every year. So the discussion, Councilman Cunningham, is really about that longer term. What does it look like? And there are dials that will be available to you and to me to adjust that depending on what happens with the economy. The last thing I'll leave you with is there is some danger at the legislature right now with the flat tax and the income tax cuts. And we'll talk about that here in a minute when we get into the budget. So not all is rosy. I don't want to paint that picture. There are some challenges out there. And hopefully the legislature will come to their senses and recognize that the challenges we have as a community are many, up to and including recruitment and retention of some of our public safety officers.
Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you. Just a note that on the cost of living adjustment for those not impacted by the market adjustments, I had seen an estimate of around $1 million, and I don't know, Mike, if you know the number off the top of your head, but it might be important to put that in context and not
Sure.
Leave people wondering if that's an additional $30 million investment or how that might look. So is that somewhat accurate, Mike?
Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, absolutely. It's about 1.1 million is what we are projecting that cost to be.
Thank you.
And Mr. Manager, I also wanted to follow up. I know that you're still, and your staff is still working on the classifications. There's some classifications that you still have to figure out where you're moving in terms of the market rate adjustment for them. Can we make sure that either at the request of city staff or labor unions, the city manager complete that review that you're going to look at no later than December of this calendar year? And then if you're taking time with figuring out what market rate adjustment those particular classifications are, can we consider also if we are moving in early June or mid-June with these market rate adjustments for all employees, can you consider those classifications to be paid back pay to coincide with how everyone is getting their market adjustment in June?
Yes, ma'am, Mayor. So to both of those points, the first is we have identified in the materials areas that we think need to be dissected further, analyzed further, which we're going to do. That offer is also made to the labor unions as well, the labor organizations. If there are some concerns they have, they can let us know, and we'll certainly take a deeper dive into those. With regard to the retro pay, thank you for bringing that up. You're right, it's a fairness issue. If there are some folks that are truly behind more than 15% and we find out that those were accurate, then we would certainly work towards a retro for them, a retro pay for them to when everybody else would have gotten their adjustment.
Alrighty. Any others? All right, so I'd like to do a roll call vote on this, Mr. Clerk.
Nick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Ms. Ulick.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Excellent. Wonderful work. Thank you all so much. Great job, everyone. Let's keep on talking about the budget. Thank you, Anna. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Mayor, you had mentioned the staff And I want to tell you that the HR staff and finance staff have been working literally around the clock. They've been working weekends to try to get this done. I can't tell them thank you enough. I pushed them very hard, I don't mind telling you, to the point where every time I call, I can feel the angst in them. But I do want to recognize them because it's huge, and it's an incredible opportunity for the employees, but it's not without that core group of really dedicated and passionate folks that can make a difference. So I just wanted to say thanks to all that were involved, and so that you all knew about that.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We move on to budget. Time has been set aside for the city manager to present his recommended fiscal year 21-22 budget. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thank you. And as you all know, this is probably my favorite topic of the entire year. There's at least two people in this building that love this topic, and it used to be Joyce and I, now it's Jeff and I. So Mayor, it is my pleasure to present to you a balanced budget for FY 21-22. It is a fluid document at this point. I don't mind telling you, because we are still trying to have conversations with regard to some of the pieces that go along with requests and supplementals and so forth. But the basis for the budget is a balanced budget going forward. I want to draw your attention to a few things. Number one, the compensation is included. And at the end, I want to summarize that just so that there's clarity, because I don't recall, I should have caught it earlier, but I don't know that Councilmember Fimbres' motion included the 28-year plus employee, and so we may need to talk a little about that, but we can do that towards the end. But on a bigger scale, if you recall, one of the things that we've suggested and I'm recommending is that the vacancy savings, as well as the one-time accumulation of cash carry forward, and fund balance start to be used for some of the expenses that we've seen, particularly on the staff compensation level. So what we did is we projected out for 5 years. And what's real important there is it dips those reserves, right, that fund balance down, and then it stabilizes in that fourth and fifth year. And it's a real important concept to remember and kind of keep in the back of our heads, because in essence what it does is it's a more efficient use of money. It's a more efficient use of cash going forward, as opposed to just having a bunch of money in the bank. We're putting it to use, okay? Now, keep in mind, as I mentioned earlier, that not all is rosy, right? We have some potential hits from the legislature and folks up north that could cause us some challenges. We've got some potential issues and challenges that might be coming with the economy. So just wanted to preface that. The other thing that you won't find in the budget directly is the American Rescue Plan money. So we did put a placeholder in there for $69 million, which we're going to get, but we show it as an expense too. So we haven't counted on it for our expenditure budget, okay? Now, the reason that that's important is because I didn't want to paint you all in a corner. I wanted to make sure that you had total flexibility to allocate those dollars based on your priorities and your vision, but also based on the guidance from the feds. Once we get that, then we can have further conversation about what dissecting that might look like. Now, keep in mind, Councilmember Cunningham asked about the supplementals from the departments. Not all requests were approved. Not all requests are recommended. It doesn't mean that they won't be funded. It just means that as a part of this discussion and a part of this conversation, they are not included. But I have put those aside, and I will wait to see what kind of guidance we get, both from you as well as the feds, on potential one-time dollars to utilize that American Rescue money or other grant money, so that we can then move those requests forward. That's a conversation for another day, but I did want to let you know not all requests were included or have been recommended. I'm going to try really hard to get the directors to where they want to go and where they want to be, as well as to get you to where you all want to go as well. So this is again, snapshot. It's a recommendation at this point. I will turn it over to Jeff, who will then turn it back to me, and we'll talk about next steps. So Jeff, go ahead and start. You might be muted, Jeff.
There we go. Sorry about that. A little bit of lag. Thank you, Mike, Mayor, Council.
I'm excited to be here. As Mike talked about, we're probably the only two people in the building that really enjoy talking budget. I will say in the years that I've been doing this, and it feels a lot longer than it probably has been, but the nimble approach that we've used over the last year to use our balance sheet when necessary, to review and constantly make adjustments, is an aggressive approach on the management side. And I think what we're seeing is the benefit of that. So I want to spend a few minutes talking about where we are in 2021, where we anticipate ending the year. Then I want to lay out for you what our base budget currently recommended to you looks like from a modeling perspective. Then I want to talk a little bit about what's included in there. And Mayor, we've got some information concerning the request that you and Ward 1 and Ward 3 forwarded to us to follow up on that, and then talk about HERF and the water fund a little bit. And then, like Mike said, I'll be returning it back to him to talk a little bit more about some of those other things. So you should be able to see my screen, if I would assume. So what we're looking at for this year is a net increase of revenue above budget of about $33 million, which is very positive. So without going through line by line, I put that information in here, but what suffices to say, what we saw was that sales taxes and business license privilege taxes and all those remained constant. We saw shifting in behavior between categories, but really other than the hotel motel surcharge, those travel related taxes, we've had a fairly good year. I was talking with Mike earlier in the week, and we're somewhere around $14 to $15 million ahead given the same week this time last year. Now, if you remember, there's a couple of month lag in our sales tax. So we will be getting a couple of months after the end of the fiscal year. So we anticipate that that number will continue to grow. And then on the expenditure side, we're seeing a savings of about $40 million. And that's made up primarily of the vacancy money. And as you can see, that we have about a 15.3% vacancy, and this is as of our last payroll across the entire city, across the general fund. And our sworn vacancy for TPD is about 13%, almost 14%. And our TFD is about 9.3%, 9.2%. And those are somewhat a function of deployable personnel, academies. And as you know, we don't just fill those sworn positions on, at every other pay period like we do with the regular employees. They have academies, and we cycle those folks in and so forth. We also have the additional FTA funding of about $18 million. So when you put all that together and taking into account, we started the year, if you remember, with a fund balance usage of about $34 million. Our total anticipated addition of fund balance is about $38.5 million. I'm sorry, it's 39 is where we started. So 30.9. So with that, I want to talk about a little bit the general fund projection with the budget included. So what we have done is at the revenue and expenditure, and you can see here, this includes all the normal growth that we anticipate from contracts and all those other things, those inflationary growth, health insurance, cost increases, and everything else. And when we start, we have about a $5.5 million surplus revenues against expenditures, but then we start making some changes based on our additions, as we've talked about, and you've seen this model before. We try to keep this up to date and bring it to you pretty regularly. So this $804,000 is the net savings from the implementation of our vacancy strategy and the first year of the pay increases. This 1.1 million is the 2% placeholder for all other employees that aren't impacted by the market. We've got the additional FTA funding. The first tranche, or the first part of that 18 million falls to the bottom line. The additional 47 million is also then assigned for future transit costs. We have our neighborhood roads program, and I'm excited to say this is actually 28 million over 2 years. Funded the first year with about $6 million of HERF fund balance, and then about 11 million of the foregone debt service once it's paid off. So that is in the general fund, about $8 million additional, and then about $3 million in the second year. And you see that gap start to close, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. The one thing we have assumed from the ARP at this point is a lost revenue reimbursement. We're still waiting for some specific guidance from the Treasury as to how to calculate that. But based on our best guess at this point, we believe this number is about $2.2 million. Now, we will look at a couple of other funds that probably have that opportunity as well once we get the guidance, such as the HERF fund and those units that are related to sales taxes in areas where we saw lost revenue. So that's an important number because, again, that falls to the bottom line. We have our CRF money that we used for payroll reimbursement in 2021, and that's going to be assigned for future CRF programming. We have our one-time supplements of about just under $7 million. And then we have our ongoing supplementals of about $1.5 million. And these are those, Councilman Cunningham, these are those increased requests from departments to provide additional services, equipment, and I'll show you a listing of some of those here in just a moment. But these are in the general fund. And then we also have, while the direction currently doesn't run through the fiscal year, we have $9.1 million set aside to reimburse transit for lost fare box revenue. So that is also included in this. We had some other adjustments that we made, some smaller adjustments that really ultimately are kind of de minimis, but we wanted to include them so we can show, so we can be sure we tie and balance. With all that being said, I want to draw your attention to a couple of things. When we look at the
Jeff, really quick,
yes, sir.
The $9.1 million in lost fare box.
Yes.
Dude, we haven't had a fare box of over 7 million in like 4 years. I mean, I appreciate it, but it isn't that much lost revenue. Sorry, man. You're not going to convince me of that.
Well, right now, and that'd be fine if it weren't that large of a loss. Right now, we've just budgeted it at 9.1. So if we reduce that number, it just falls to the bottom line at this point, or it can be reallocated. So it's probably a little bit of aggressive revenue number based on some estimates and based on our best guess.
All I'm saying is in the next few years, we need to have the discussion, the frank discussion, that it may be easier not to charge a fare for the bus. It's kind of that time. So I'm kind of, I don't want to send the wrong message that I'm cavalier about not charging for the bus and saying it's a $10 million price tag when I know for a fact it isn't. That's all I'm going with.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. I do see City Manager Ortega's hand up. Did you still want to answer?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, Councilmember Cunningham, I don't disagree with you. I think that given our reduced ridership during the pandemic and even before that, we saw a decline based on gasoline prices and fuel prices. What I've asked the staff to do is put a placeholder in it. My recommendation to you as a part of the budget is to give me direction not to charge fares through the end of the calendar year. We revisit it as it gets closer to the end of the calendar year for future discussion. So I don't disagree with you, but I would rather take it incrementally, and that's my recommendation. So as we go down this path, at some point we'll be bringing that item back to you to make sure that you're clear. My recommendation is no fares charged through the end of the calendar year, and then we'll have conversation beyond that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, thank you. I do want to point out, so we have the similar setup for 23. This line that covers annual pay adjustments net of attrition, this is the net impact over time of that 2% pool that the manager referred to kind of try to keep us around market as much as possible, plus the growing gap or the closing the gap on attrition down to various levels, 98% I believe at TFD, 96% at TPD, and the communications, staffing, and so forth. So I believe we've accounted for all of those increases out over the years, and this continues to build on itself over time. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that component because I think that's very important to the sustainability and that you understand that we've included that in that thinking. Now, if we look at our annual, as the manager alluded to, structural balance, we start by having the 54 million annual over under this year of contributing that. So what we're going to do is in this bridging strategy is use that 54 million down over time to maintain services and continue our operational mode without having to negatively necessarily impact services in a large way. This allows us to leverage our balance sheet to be able to continue to provide those services. So we've got that annual over, and then we also have that cumulative. So as you can see, by 2026, we've spent down all but about 6.8 million of the 54 that we started with. But that's okay. That's our strategy. So that's fine. As long as it's a planned use, you can lever different things. For instance, the manager alluded to, if we had to make changes in our hiring practices, cutbacks, we've included about 10 million annually for growth and cost, 7 million of one time, 3 million of ongoing for additional each year to work with supplementals and be able to do that. And so the next part that I think is really kind of the thing to look at is unassigned over under policy level and your assigned fund balance. So when this number stays positive going across the bottom, what we know is that we are continuing to maintain our policy levels and then some. Okay. So if this number flips negative, and this will become important later when we talk about income taxes, when this number flips negative, that means you've gone below your policy levels in some form or fashion. And as the manager alluded to, this kind of levels out by 25, 26 based on this plan and this financial plan. So for all intents and purposes in this 25, 26 timeframe, you've reached structural balance. And if you consider 5.6 million, it's a lot of money, but on a percentage basis of a $500 to $600 million budget, this is 1%. So it's not inconceivable that this can be made up through efficiency measures and different strategies at that time as we get there. So when we look at this, I think we can say pretty assuredly that this is a sustainable approach and a sustainable budget with very little room, but it has a little bit of room and still some space to make some decisions. So I think that that's probably the important takeaway when we consider all of these different things. And I'll walk you through what's included now in the budget. But I wanted to start off with kind of showing you the big picture, because a little bit later we'll look at what happens to these numbers with the income tax changes, because we've also modeled that as well.
Jeff, give me a little bit of time here. I did see Councilmember Ulick's hand up.
Absolutely, Mayor.
Councilmember.
Thank you. And Jeff, you just highlighted exactly what I was going to note, that I think it's important for everybody to remember we do have established reserves, which really saved us during the last economic downturn. We would have had horrific outcomes had we not established really healthy reserves through our policies. And so I appreciate that you highlighted that. So I'll turn it back to the mayor.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. And to that point, as you can see, that grows over time. So we are maintaining that. And we saw when we did our pension obligation bond issuance, that was a major highlight that the rating agency saw. So that helps us secure those services. So what's included in the budget, our total general fund net growth is about 8.3 million more than projection. We're going to see some anticipated growth in our business privilege tax, shared sales taxes, and so forth. We have about 8 million from legalized marijuana sales, and we're expecting still some decline in our usage for services in those other areas. So these are all in the budget memo. I won't belabor them and read to you the slide, but I just wanted to highlight those. The question has come up concerning how aggressively we are looking at sales taxes. So we looked at the JLBC estimates plus what we've seen in our trend. And what we kind of think is that if you ignore the COVID, a little bit of a COVID dip last year, or more of a leveling off during COVID, we're on track if you just kind of take that out of the equation, kind of like if you cut off maximum and minimums and just looked what your trajectory looks like. So we feel fairly confident, even though it seems like a big number, we are benefiting from that. And the other important thing is, and I'll hit this more and show you on income tax, but one of the big issues is the remote sellers. What we've seen with remote sellers tax is not necessarily a new revenue, but a dislocation from other areas. So what we saw is during the pandemic, couldn't have had the Wayfair decision at a better time, but consumer behavior changed in such a way that we saw that revenue grow because people went online, but we saw other areas shrink down. So we more saw a dislocation or reallocation of that sales tax dollar, not necessarily a significant bump and increase. Now, the $8 million from legalized marijuana sales, I can tell you when I last checked, because we don't get an exact report because we don't have that many of them, we were less than $100,000, but we are just starting to see that money come in. So we'll continue to follow that. The major expenditure changes we talked a lot about already today about the market rate increase for $30 million, about $22 million in the general fund and about $8 million in the other funds. This includes 2% for all employees not receiving market. So to kind of recap, that would mean everyone will get somewhere between 2 and 15% because we placed that cap on at this point. This is also what Mike was alluding to, was the 2001 time payment, $2,000 for all those employees beyond 28 years as of July 1st. That's about 150 employees, so that's about $311,000, give or take. It's a little bit more than 150 employees, and we believe that's about $300,000. We have the additional FTA money of $23 million. It's assigned right now. So, Councilman Cunningham, back to your point, that additional funding is there for transit costs. We've assumed that we're going to spend that on transit. Right now, it's assigned out, so it's not being spent anywhere else. But that's a decision we can remain nimble and flexible with going into the future. So I think we've built that flexibility into the modeling.
Well, I mean, I ultimately, it sounds like sometime at the end of the summer, and I want to do this before Councilmember Ulick leaves the council again, because she's been the biggest advocate for transit. But we got to have this discussion about transit long term. And I don't know what the rules are, especially when you're going to dial back fares. Maybe we even go to some type of really nominal fare box to ceremonial or whatever. And I just see that as a strategy that we want to have, because as I've seen it, it's becoming almost more trouble than it's worth to try to collect fares. The question is how we marry the system into the streetcar and everything else. So anyway, it's a discussion we'll be having ongoing. It caught my eye that we're announcing a $9.5 million or $9.1 million loss on fare box reduction. Is that only for, well, is that 9.1 only for the bus, or does that include the streetcar as well?
That's all transit related fare box.
All right, then that's a pretty accurate number. Okay.
So continuing on, and thank you, Councilman. So continuing on, the public safety pension obligation bond expenditures are in here. So if you remember back to that transaction, what we said is we would fix the cost to the general fund at roughly $77.3 million. The way that works out, because the trust can't pay the debt service, the debt service is paid out of the general fund. So that's roughly about a little over $35 million. The difference, the roughly $42 million, is transferred to the trust. The trust will then make our ongoing PSPRS payment on our behalf, including the debt proceeds and interest earnings. So we've capped the cost, and I think there was some question, and I want to highlight this. The way we have to show this in our budget is taking the cost out of the police department and out of the fire department for debt, and putting that in the debt lines for general government, because it's a general government debt at this point. So you saw some reductions, the net reduction against the other cost increases of that debt service between fire and police proportionally. And if you remember back to our transaction, based on the last actuarial report, we were able to get the funding for our PSPRS liability, long-term liability, up to about 75%. And I will have some numbers on that hopefully in the next few meetings as to where our investments are. We were able to first push about $200 million into the market. And as the market has continued to grow, I would anticipate that our income continues to grow around that first $200 million that we invested. So,
and on that note, I just want to remind everybody at home, at one point we were below 40% in our unfunded liability for PSPRS. We were under 40%. Now we're approaching 80. We've doubled it. And so I think people should know that. Credit to the manager and his team, and totally that's the reason our bond ratings improved too. So congratulations, it's great news.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner or Councilman. So the next changes are kind of in the FTEs. Right now we have 10 community service officers programmed, with the ancillary cost, meaning the one-time cost coming out of one-time funding. We would like to convert 5 parks non-perm FTEs to 3 permanent FTEs. And this is to improve our aquatics programming at the pools. We have the annualization of some FTEs that were brought on during the year. So 11 planning FTEs to support plan review and permitting, the deputy manager, the chief equity officer, the 71 employees going from human resources to business services. That's the continued consolidation of business services. So that's no net change except between departments. And then 2 additional groundskeepers to provide maintenance at Santa Rita and Armory and other parks to continue to improve that programming.
Is that,
So
are
with
those
that-
the only, those are just personnel ones, right?
Right. These are just the personnels. These are
All
the
right.
personnel increases.
Your Honor, don't we have a question on that one with the CSOs?
Yes, go ahead and ask your question, Councilmember Cunningham.
Hey, you guys, the request for the police was 33, and 10's coming just a little short for me. I mean, what's the budget hit if we want to consider doubling that to 20 or even going to 25? Look, the difference between 10 and 25 means we've got 4 extra people per shift. And considering our wait times, considering the extra pair of hands, considering that CSOs are unarmed and really just kind of community problem solvers and have been a godsend to our efforts to keep our community coordinated. I'd like to see if we can do a little better than 10. Can I get some feedback on that?
Mayor, happy to answer that.
Go ahead.
What we're hoping, Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham, is that you'll provide us some feedback as we go down this path. If you would like us to consider additional CSOs, you can ask for that. What I will do then is look at how we could fund it, what else would have to be given up, what strategies there might be for one-time monies for some of these other costs. But keep in mind that the recommendation here is based on what I feel confident or comfortable that we can afford going forward. So there are some pieces here that we can have more discussion about. But I've heard that, actually I've heard that from a few folks now, that there is interest in additional CSOs. I can look at that and bring back a recommendation and some thoughts for you the next time we get together.
Do you need a motion for that? Because I'm ready to make one just directing you guys to add at least 10 and shoot for 15 and bring it back to us. I mean, I'm ready to do that if it needs to be done.
Councilmember Cunningham, I don't think we need a motion right now. We're giving feedback and input on this recommended budget. So I have heard the same thing in terms of additional CSOs to be added to the police department budget. I also understand and know that CSOs provide safety for our parks, and the applicants for CSOs are a diverse crowd, including a lot of women in that. And I too agree that 10 versus the 33 requested is, if we even add 10 more, which would be 20, would be adequate for additional support for the police department. So go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, thank you. The next, so we'll look at quickly what our one-times list is. And these, of course, are the funded then for one-time items that are either going to bridge us to future savings to be replaced with, so they're have different pieces, or they're only one-time in nature, as in maintenance or additions. So we have the Visit Tucson. There was a request from Visit Tucson that we stabilize their funding at $5 million. This is the other half. So $2.5 million is budgeted from revenue for them and per our agreements, and then this is an additional $2.5 million to bring them to $5 million. As we see growth, I would imagine that this may come down. HR retention and compensation. So this is a comprehensive look at 2 pieces in our organization to help with fire, police, IT, and other areas with focused recruitment strategies. But also in our compensation team, we have a very small compensation team, and as we continue to do this market strategy approach and work with our compensation numbers, we need to bolster that team a little bit to be able to achieve that. So right now, this is kind of a comprehensive approach to that, and there's $500,000 in the budget for that purpose. We have our Workday, which is our ERP system. This will go for another year or so, and then CGI, which is our legacy system, we'll turn that off, stop maintaining that. This will actually generate a net savings when one goes off and the other one comes online permanently of about $400,000. So this is just the time we have to run the systems together, parallel to each other in implementation and in initial startup. Citywide building maintenance, this is some additional funding for Carlos and his team to do some needed maintenance around roof repair, paving, patching, plumbing, and all that kind of stuff. Code enforcement, abatement, and demolitions. This is about $540,000. We've seen an increase in that, and that's additional funding for the code enforcement group to be able to do that work. El Pueblo Park, increased security. These are the increased security patrols. The ancillary cost, we mentioned the one-time funding for the equipment, vehicles, and so forth for the community services officers. So that's about $410,000. So it's about $40,000, give or take, per officer to equip them with a vehicle and that kind of stuff. Mental health support, this is for our CCOM folks to be able to give them the mental health support that they need. So there's $150,000 there. Case management software, this is for our public defender, city attorney's office. We have found out that the software we use is no longer going to be supported. So we have to move off of that into a new software system, and we think that's going to be about $300,000. And so that really breaks down to be about $100,000 for public defenders and about $200,000 for the city attorney's office. Vehicle replacement, it's about $1 million for vehicle replacement. We have City Hall HVAC funding, which will carry from this year. As you notice, these are the asterisks were funded through cash carry forward in 2021, but for various reasons, it may not quite be complete yet, or we're planning to be a multi-year project. So we have the City Hall HVAC, the elevators, that's about $1.15 million. The ERP system, so this is the implementation portion and consulting work around the ERP system for Workday. That's the implementation piece of this subscription. This includes our HRM system, our finance system, and kind of the back house operation of the city. And then our public safety communities communication center retrofit project continues. That's about $2.2 million. And then we had the one-time road construction with the HERF fund balance to get you to $14 million. So that includes we put that in as $8 million. So there's about $23 million of one-time items in various components in the general fund, some existing in prior year and some outlined. So, but like I said, these are things we anticipate changing or ending after the next few years, or being assumed by savings or some other component.
All righty, Jeff, before you move on, I do have Councilmember Karen Ulick's hand up. And then after Karen, would have Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Kozaczek. Go ahead, Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. And Mike and Jeff, I know you'll sort of navigate this as you're working through the numbers, but I struggle sometimes when capital elements or potential capital investments come into the operating and general fund numbers. I know sometimes there are other sources or certain things can be financed versus a one-time hit. And so I just wanted to note that. I'd appreciate, and I bet there is an attachment that breaks it out in neat little columns that I didn't quite absorb, but I just wanted to make that request. So things like the HVAC, the vehicles, that might be one strategy, Mike, that you're thinking of as we identify additional true general fund needs. So I just wanted to call that out.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Ulick. Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. You're exactly right. So the thought is, here's some needs that we can identify now for you, and we've identified funding. However, I'm also putting placeholders out there that if we can solidify other funding, we're definitely going to go after that. And there's opportunity for us, particularly from a capital standpoint, either investment in physical plant and or improvement. So for example, if we can make the argument about road construction in future one-time monies from outside sources, we're going to do that. And that'll give us an opportunity to reprogram that $8 million, just as an example. Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Cunningham? You're on mute.
On the ongoing money piece, and I know I'd made requests through the mayor. I've talked to everybody about this. I'm under the impression that we were going to try to at least get some money for the next at least 3 or 4 years. I thought maybe 5 years at a pretty low cost to activate or at least open the Adkins property that's been sitting there for 5 years. I mean, we spent all that money restoring it. We had 3 meetings with the county about the commissary, and it came up at one of those meetings. Look, why are we're pitching the county to open the commissary, and we can't get the Fort Low Museum is now closed, and the Adkins property, no one's ever even taken a tour except like once a year, and we have a group. We don't need to go through procurement for it. We have a group a nonprofit that runs the Presidio already, and I asked multiple times in this budget that we talk to the Presidio folks. I think I've asked in study session before that we go to the Presidio folks, make a little deal so they can at least operate that. So I don't want to spend more than $7,500 a year. I don't think it warrants that much money. But and on a trial basis over the next 3 to 5 years, allow them to operate the museum and do the field trips there and do the adaptive habitat and do the Adkins property tours. We talked about this, and I don't see it here in the budget. So I just want to see, do I need to do an entire study session and do 5 votes for that, or can we put it in here? That's my question.
Councilmember Cunningham, I think you're looking at the one time. There's also a reoccurring list that I'm sure Jeff will go over right now. But this is the time and the moment to be able to talk about what you would like to get considered and put into the budget. Mr. Ortega, I don't know if you were going to expand on that.
Yeah, Mayor, actually I was, and thank you for that, because you're right. Here's an opportunity. But Councilmember Cunningham, we did hear your request. We did ask for a proposal, and it's my understanding we are waiting on that proposal. Once we have that proposal, then we can react to it, bring it back to you for formal consideration. So we are listening. We just are waiting on our partners to give us a more formal proposal so that we can establish a contractual relationship to move that museum and the Presidio forward.
And Councilmember Cunningham, I also want to add to your request is investing in culture, heritage, and historic preservation, and I absolutely am on board with that. As a matter of fact, I think that we should look at historic preservation and culture and heritage in the city of Tucson as a bigger issue to be able to invest in history and culture, which, by the way, attracts tourism and brings dollars into the city of Tucson coffers. So there is the possibility of a bigger conversation in terms of historic preservation and arts, culture, and history. So let me have Councilmember Kozacek go next, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz, as well as Councilmember Fimbres. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. 2 questions. One similar to Karen's question. The 911 Center retro project, that's a $6 million project. You've got it at 2.2. Is that just because these are the dollars we're spending this fiscal year? And also, what's the funding source? And the second question is, there's no one-time line item in there for repairing the fountain outside City Hall? Or what's your game plan for that?
Mayor, Councilman Kozacek, that is current. That's correct. Current fiscal year will almost be finished by the end of the fiscal year. We are expecting to have that center completed in September, so we needed to carry over. So that's why that asterisk there, which is carry over. The funding source for that is general fund, previously approved by council. I'm going to say at least last year, if not the year before, for inclusion in the budget. And I believe you're right. The total was $6 million. With regard to the fountain, I do not have that built in right this second. I will put that on the list and get that moving. I know that we have been talking through a variety of partners on that to try to move that forward. So I believe the number is less than $500,000. we will explore that and make sure that I'm ready to discuss that at the next meeting.
And if I'm remembering correctly on the fountain, on the Clemens Fountain, is that a project that we were discussing with Pima County Historic Preservation or in Cultural Preservation as well, Mike?
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly right. The county has offered to partner with us. And I think what we need to do is I know they were busy with their January 8th memorial, which is basically complete, and we don't want that eyesore to be there any longer. So we'd really like to move that forward. So I'll reach out and make sure I have an understanding of where we are, both from Pima County as well as the Historical Commission on that.
Alrighty, anything else, Councilmember Kozachik? Okay, then I believe Councilmember Santa Cruz has her hand up, and then we'll go with Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Mayor. My question to our city manager is if we are, like, I guess, helping out Visit Tucson for their loss of revenue from the transit occupancy tax, are we doing the same for the Arts Foundation since they also receive an allocation from that tax?
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, that's a great question. So if you remember on the spreadsheet that showed the lost revenue, what I have identified is that if we are made whole on those lost revenues, then those thresholds that address the sharing, when the sharing kicks in for both Visit Tucson as well as the Arts Foundation, would also kick in. So we're still scrubbing that, but the intent is that if we receive those American Rescue Plan monies to make us whole, that we make them whole to the same level, the same percentage basically, that they would have otherwise received. So that is the plan at this point. The reason I'm hesitant to give you an exact number is because we have not seen the guidance yet. We're basically speculating on what revenue replacement will look like. Once I have that, then I'll be able to give you that, and then we'll inform our partners of how much money they can expect.
Okay, and then the other item here that I'm not familiar with is the El Pueblo Park increased security. What is that?
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, this is a concern that's been voiced to us a few times now with regard to the library as well as Councilmember Grijalva's office. We have some tenants there that have expressed concerns over the security at El Pueblo. So we have actually gone through and increased our security presence. We went from, I believe it was 8 to 5 or 8 to 6 security to some 24/7 security. We've also identified some fencing and some other security measures to help with some of the challenges that we've had there from a security standpoint, and that's what these dollars do, is solidify that.
Okay, and then my next question is, why would the 10 community service officers just be a one-time cost?
Sure, great question, Council Member. If you notice, these are the ancillary costs, which are basically equipment. They're one-time costs, not the ongoing salaries and benefits. Those are included on the other side of the budget. Okay, and finally, I thought we were trying to use some of the CARES dollars for the Public Safety Communication Center retrofit. Is that still part of that budget or not? Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, we did initially have that on the list. We were not entirely comfortable that we could make the connection between COVID under the CARES money as well as some of the regulations that we got and some of the guidance that we got. So we opted at the last minute to not include that, and it came out of the general fund. And so the recommendation that we had presented to you some time ago was that it would come from the general fund. And I believe, as Councilman Kozachik mentioned, it was about $6 million. Those
are all my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you explain what the $8 million for road reconstruction will go towards? What projects?
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, that is part of the $14 million that you had previously directed me to include in the upcoming budget. So the actual projects have not been identified. keeping in mind that there were $2 million allocated for each ward and $2 million for the mayor's office. That's part of the conversation that we still need to have with regard to how projects are identified and selected for funding going forward.
Okay, so you're going to bring it back to us down the road?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimers, we will bring it back to you down the road.
Okay, and explain the ERP system upgrade of 3.9.
Sure. Jeff, I'll let you get into the detail on the accounting system there.
Absolutely. So an ERP system, or an enterprise resource management system, that is our accounting system, our human resources management system, our payroll system, our encumbrance, all of those different systems. And we have a legacy system that is 10 plus years old, in we call a CGI Advantage. And what we have done is that system's become challenging to use, to say the least. And we looked at replacing it versus kind of going with the upgrades and changing out to the newer CGI. And based on that, we felt it more economical in the long run to go with Workday, which is the ERP system we're implementing. So this is an improvement to that. It'll provide that program-based look as we change our chart of accounts. It'll allow for more efficient operations in our accounting processes, as well as our human resource management records. All of those different components are included in that. So the ERP system is kind of the backbone system that runs the city. Everything from paychecks to AP payments to electronic payments all run through this system. So the 3.9 million is the remainder of the implementation. It was roughly about 4.5 over a couple of years. And this part pays for the software initially, as well as the consultants to do that configuration, business process, what they refer to as business process alignment, which is reviewing our business processes, coordinating our teams. There's a substantial amount of staff throughout the city working on this in different professional veins, such as HR, finance, procurement, HCD. All of those systems are coming together, and once we're finished, Workday will be our main system and of record, and it'll keep up with everything that we need to do to provide our CAFR, as well as be able to implement the budget and all those different factors. So it's that backbone system that we have and needed to be replaced because over time they become outdated and are not maintained the same way.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And how will this help the P-card efforts?
The P-card is part of our AP process. So this will work along with our e-payables solution, which is a type of similar to P-card without the P-card component, where we charge essentially pay people that receive payments from us. They will take them as an electronic payment and receive that. So this will meld with that and will make that process even more efficient than what it is now.
Okay, thank you. And Michael, Mr. Ortega, can you explain the one-time longevity pay further on this for the folks that are 28 years and longer?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Fimers. So one of the things that I've thought about and the staff and I have thought about is how do we recognize those folks that have been here for an extended period? And if you remember when we did the decompression, there was a lot of concern about the fact that those folks that were at the top end of the pay scale really didn't get the recognition that they've carried us through for many years and quite frankly decades. So I am proposing as a part of the budget, and I would appreciate this in the form of direction, a one-time distribution for, I believe it's 154 employees that have 28 plus years as of July 1, 2021. And it'd be $2,000 as a one-time payment to really show them and our appreciation for hanging in there and carrying us through some very difficult times. Not just the pandemic, by the way, but they helped carry us through the recession, the Great Recession, and in many, many years. So that is my recommendation as a part of the budget.
Thank you. And then Mike, going back to the CSOs, I kind of agree with the mayor that I think we need to bring more into, we start mentoring these folks and giving them the skills that they need so they can become officers or firemen down the road. I'd like to see that go to at least 25 as in our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fimers.
Alrighty, I did see Councilmember Cunningham's hand up. If not, Councilmember Cunningham, we could have Jeff move forward. My question in this item is, again, can you repeat what the mental health support $150,000 is for, Jeff?
It is. So this is for additional services for the community public safety communications folks, to give them those additional hours and appointments and so forth. So we're also in the process of evaluating mental health as an organization and how we approach this, because I think that there is a need to address that with all of public safety.
The compensation thing.
Alrighty, someone is, can you please put yourself on mute? I think it's, I don't know if it's Sylvia.
So
Alrighty,
this is the component for the public safety communications to get that immediately off the ground. We're having conversation with our health insurance vendor and some other approaches as we bring those on to how to provide that mental health support throughout the organization, not only to public safety communications, but police, fire, and our regular employees as well. So this is the start of that process, but this slice is specifically for public safety communications.
Yeah, I didn't see in your recurring allocations mental health support for TPD, and I actually agree that public safety mental health support and wellness is very, very important for those particular departments that have very specific needs, emotional and mental health support, as well as physical wellness is important for me. I've stated before at this table that we have to budget for that. And I too agree that figuring out mental health support for the entire organizations, but I would like to start with a focused approach to our public safety departments. So if it's 911 communications, police and fire, those particular departments deal with a lot of trauma and pain, and it's for the benefit of our employees that we start there and then expand, Jeff. And so, Mr. Manager, I don't know if you have this mental health support in the recurring for public safety, but I would highly suggest that we also include that as we give you input.
Yes, ma'am, I appreciate it. We will do that. As Jeff mentioned, the energy and effort here is a holistic proposal or plan for employee mental health and wellness. I know that Chief Magnus put together a pretty robust plan for a master level trainer, for physical ailments, as well as some mental health wellness pieces. So what we're really looking at is how we can do this system-wide, recognizing, as Mayor, you mentioned, that there is some specific needs for some of those what I'll call hyper-technical fields. And so we've got to make sure that we're shoring them up and giving them the support structure. So we're working on that. We'll bring back to you some thoughts on that for the next meeting.
Excellent. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So as I mentioned earlier, there was a request sent, Mayor, from your office to include wards 1 and 3 for additional budget priorities. So we put these together just on our slides. I'll highlight what's included at this point in the budget. We have our 8 social worker positions are included at a budget of about $1 million, which leaves about $500,000 based on the initial estimates. And then we have our Housing First coordinator or director at about $83,000 included in the budget. The remainder of these requests are not at this point included. That doesn't mean that you absolutely, as a council, couldn't direct us or ask, include that. But we wanted to just provide these for you so they didn't get lost in the process and clarify where we have it. So just to recap, the community safety pilot phase 2 includes several positions: a program director, data analyst, crisis response coordinators, program development, gap analysis, IT help desk positions for the public safety needs, the independent police auditor's office to include 3 community engagement coordinators, the Housing First program, which, as I mentioned, we have funded the Housing First director, but additional homeless support outreach coordinators and expanding that work. Then you have included was the Office of Equity. And right now, if you remember, we've included the equity officer position is already in the manager's budget. It wasn't included in your memo, so I didn't include it here, but it is funded as part of the manager's office for next year. So this is $500,000 for 3 additional full-time program managers, administrative specialists, and some operating budget funding. Resilient Recovery, which includes small business navigators across the spectrum, and the Ignite Tucson marketing plan, which includes a comprehensive marketing plan with Visit Tucson and these other community organizations, as well as business to restaurant marketing on social media that's referred to as Local First and Tucson Originals. So I wanted to be sure that we didn't lose sight of these, and I wanted to get them into the presentation and the record so that as you guys deliberate as a council, these will certainly be something I think you'll talk about. So I'll be happy to entertain any questions, but Mayor, I'll probably end up having to defer to you because, again, this was yours in Ward 1 and 3's priorities.
Yeah, thank you so much for including them, Jeff, in your presentation. These priorities are to institutionalize programs that we've already started in previous years. For example, institutionalizing the Office of Equity, institutionalizing additional work that has been discussed in order to be able to continue with the community safety program. And then, of course, a resilient recovery. This is something that Barbara Coffey from Economic Initiatives has talked about, and drilling down into the needs of creating a small business incentive program, additional support for small businesses in our community. We really drilled down to what exactly is it that we need for small business navigators in order to make sure that we are helping not just our start off and new small businesses, but those legacy businesses that we have seen during the pandemic. We've lost many legacy businesses that had been in our city for 20, 30 years that we saw closed because these business owners were not ready for this pandemic and this crisis. Arts, culture, and nonprofit organizations. Mr. City Manager, you mentioned earlier the restaurant program.
Mr. Water, Ms. Water.
Called the revitalization funds that were approved with the American Rescue Package. We need to make sure as the City of Tucson that we are working with organizations like the YWCA and others, Local First, Tucson Originals, and others to be able to help bring those funds into the City of Tucson. Everything while making sure that we're providing additional assistance and additional help with small business support in our City of Tucson. And then the Ignite Tucson marketing plan, that has to do some with the conversation that Councilmember Cunningham brought up earlier about investing in our arts, history, heritage, or culture, and on bringing attention and marketing to our small businesses and restaurants in the City of Tucson. So we didn't attach a particular amount to that piece because we could potentially tap into American Rescue Plan funds for this. But we did want to make sure that we included it in this discussion. I did see Council Member Ulick's hand up, and then Council Member Santa Cruz, as well as Council Member Fimbres.
Yeah, and I appreciate this being outlined in the way that it is. I guess I similarly just wanted to stress that, these really, I believe, reflect stated priorities in the mayor and council's strategic plan and prior discussions. And really, if we want to bolster economic opportunities as well as equity, those investments I think are critical. Otherwise, it's not quite walking the talk. So I appreciate the outline of this and recognizing the importance of what we're trying to capture here.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think it's important, to have a focus on our local economy and how we're going to come out of this, as you outlined, even with the business navigators and our legacy businesses. I think that the city as an organization, we've been able to weather the pandemic, and that it puts us in a unique position to continue mitigating the inequities and harms that the pandemic really highlighted in our community, while also planning for a future where we have better investments in our community and our local economy. So I know that our offices work together to help identify some of the key priorities going into this budget session, including investing in the community safety program, the Office of Equity, and our local business support and development. And that we've been having community dialogues over the past year, and I believe that we've made some important promises and commitments to our community, and that the funding that we're requesting as part of these priorities is our way of following through on our commitments. So I have a motion, if it's appropriate to share it now, that I move that the city manager proceed with incorporating the budget priorities detailed in the April 26th memo from Mayor Romero, Ward 1 and Ward 3, into the city manager's recommended fiscal year 21-22 budget.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I do see Councilmember Fimbres' hand up.
Before the motion, I wanted to just ask simply about the homeless work program, and what are we talking about? Extending it for 2 days, or the total of the whole week, or are we talking about just for one more day?
So thank you for coming back, Jeff. Part of the expanded support for community safety programs is, of course, including the Housing First Director, which had been budgeted before, and then expanding the homeless work program to 6 days a week. That is something that we're hoping for, and of course, waiting for the city manager to also give us input on this.
Okay, because I was thinking 5 days a week, Madam Mayor, because you got to have 2 days at least to clean out the vehicles and rest the crew and the volunteers that do this and all the providers that help with this program. Because it's a joint venture. It's run by Old Pueblo.
Yes.
But we want to extend the days, but we also got to make sure that they're also vaccinated and examined by our staff, our real staff that have helped us and volunteered this.
So noted, Councilmember Fimbres. That is something that can absolutely adjust to what the needs are.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
And then repeat the motion one more time.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, if you'd like to.
Yes, I can repeat it. That I move the city manager proceed with incorporating the budget priorities detailed in the April 26th memo from Mayor Romero, Ward 1 and Ward 3, into the city manager's recommended fiscal year 21-22 budget.
And I do see City Manager Ortega's hand up. Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So 2 things. Number 1, thank you for the direction. What we'll do is we will go forward with pricing these out, making sure that the cost, because I know, Mayor, that you work with our office on this, and so we'll just go through the numbers, make sure that we're able to include them, and I'll let you know how to do that. So that's number 1. Number 2, I don't know if there's other motions that will follow today, but I would like direction on that $2,000 one-time distribution for the 28-plus year employee. I don't want to muddy the waters on this one, but if it's okay, if somebody could include that in direction, either under this motion or another motion, that would be great and very much appreciated. Thank you, Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I would like to make that as a friendly amendment to the motion as part of the budget for SUCS. And we look at our longtime employees and also recommend and fit that in as the city manager recommended. That's my motion.
Alrighty, so is the motion maker open to adding the one-time distribution to longtime employees to this motion?
I accept.
Alrighty, and how about the seconder?
Yes, I can accept it. Mike, could you explain the 28 years? I mean, I just have to admit, I was thinking, why not 25 or 30 or? And I just,
Thank you, Mayor.
I trust you. I do, but I think maybe folks might want to hear a bit more about your demarcation there.
Sure, the magic line there. So thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Ulick. So when we did the market study, the way that the market analysis works, it assumes that the 28-year period is when someone, in essence, meets the maximum of the wage scale, okay? And so when they do their analysis, that's, I'll call it the magic cutoff, okay? And so what I did is I said, all right, those folks are going to be fine, but how about we draw a line? And actually, initially, I was thinking 30 years, but when I found out that it was the line is at 20, actually it's 27 plus. In the market study, I recommended the 28 year time frame. So it's that simple. There's not much else to it.
Alrighty, so the motion maker and the seconder accepted the friendly amendment. I do see Councilmember Cunningham's hand up as well.
Look, everything we need here is fine, and I don't have an issue with any of the suggestions here, but I want to be clear that there's stuff that that isn't covered in the bond, that isn't covered in the general fund, that we're asking for a while. Like, we're asking, there's a couple of water slides that need to be replaced, and we can't use impact fees for any aquatics, and we've been talking about those for a while. So that's kind of a priority to me. I don't want to lose out on that. There's also a couple of playgrounds in Ward 2 where a lot of the older playgrounds have been replaced, but the playground at Palo Verde Park hasn't been replaced and isn't being replaced by bond money. And I've asked like multiple times, and these are like $30,000-$40,000 items, and we're adding another $2.38 million to the budget, and it's good. Like, I'm not saying
chief
that,
of staff.
but I pardon me.
Go ahead, Councilmember Cunningham. I hear you, and my question would be to the city manager in terms of one-time parks needs and capital improvements in our parks. Mr.
Because the capital stuff is covered with the bond and with our impact fees.
But one-time needs for parks.
I'm talking about, like, again, I'm talking about some of our aquatics needs that we can't use impact fees for, and that we've long time been talking about. And the other piece that I'm talking about that we're missing on parks is some of the playground replacement. We've got multiple playgrounds throughout the town that are more than 10 years old that are ready to be replaced. And so my thing is that I'm fine doing these allocations, but there's stuff in parks that we've had. The last thing is that we've got some irrigation issues in a lot of parks where our turf quality and our sprinkler systems, especially the sprinkler heads, need to be replaced and better timed, as well as we need to add more than 2 groundskeepers. We probably need to add 3 or 4, and we need to add another project manager to parks, because again, that entire department is overstressed. And so when I'm seeing this addition in the budget, I'm really concerned about the parks department, because I don't think we're going to, if we have an opportunity to improve our parks department this year, this is the year to do it. And that's kind of where I'm at. They didn't have a director for part of this process to advocate for them, to come on board and go, hey, look, this is where we're delinquent, and we need to have their back. We're about to have a discussion on one of the biggest parks items in the history since I've been on this council for 11 years, this is the most focused we've ever had on our parks department. We're finding out where we are on TPL. We're finding out all these things with our delinquency and open space and facilities for sports, and all these different things are kind of coming up with our parks department. And here we are, and we're adding to the budget, and I've got nothing. There is absolutely not enough parks. So here's what I want to do. I want to add a budget discussion on May 18th about the Parks Department. That's what I want to do, and I'm going to make that in form of a motion.
Well, let's deal with the motion that we have on the floor first. Councilmember Cunningham, I agree with you. I think that now is the time, as I said earlier, to give input and feedback to the city manager in terms of the needs that you'd like to see added to our budget. Mr. Ortega, did you want to respond to this?
I do, Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity. So, Councilmember Cunningham, not disagreeing with you that there are needs in parks. As a matter of fact, although our Parks Director, Lara Hamway, is relatively new, and you're right, it was only partial year, she's hit the ground running and given us a list of observations in terms of some of the maintenance issues that she's already seen. So what I've challenged her to do is look at the existing budget and make sure that we are taking advantage of the existing capacity. So, for example, and I got your list: water slides, playgrounds, irrigation, etc. One of the things that she pointed out is our water fountains throughout many of the parks are either not functioning, etc., and are a challenge for us. So I've suggested let's partner between you and facilities to make those happen. So some of those are smaller numbers. I mean, for a $20,000 or $30,000 expenditure is very doable. If it's several hundred thousand, that's a little different. But what I will do is I've got your list. I can bring that back as a part of the discussion on the 18th, and we can spend a little bit more time talking about how that fits into some of the priorities and some of the issues that you've identified here.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's an easy fix to make sure that we have Councilmember Cunningham's thoughts on and I agree with you on very simple, easy fixes that should be included in our budget. Councilmember Ulick, I saw your hand up and then go down. I'm not too sure if you wanted to. Alrighty.
I think it's fine to call the question.
Alrighty, so there's a motion and a second. No further discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Alrighty, Jeff, I think you have additional points to get to.
I do, Mayor. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the direction, and we'll get that implemented. And as the manager mentioned, Councilmember Cunningham, we'll come back with some of those items in our next discussion. So let's talk real quick about participatory budget structure and process. This was another effort that had been mentioned by the mayor and council during the year that provides a total of $1.75 million. That's $250,000 for the mayor's office in each ward. And the strategy that we're using is that we have a lot of different funding opportunities. So this could be CDBG money, it could be impact fee money, it could be HERF money, it could be any number of things up to and including general fund balance. So what we're recommending is that we will build the funding around the project requests. So what we have before you is kind of project guidelines. What we would ask is that the projects be one-time projects or community grants, meaning that they have a definite end, because at this point we want to focus on doing projects that we can find one-time funding for. Project timing, what we would look to do is implement projects in the spring of 2022, but that will depend largely on the type of project and the nature of the project, and if there's engineering, if there's any kind of design work involved. And the process, and when, this was kind of as we talked about, so Councilmember Santa Cruz, this goes all the way back to your original budget participation discussion, is that what we want to be able to do is allow you to determine your own process. So what we obviously didn't want to do is dictate to each ward office the approach, because I believe you all will have different approaches, but we want to be able to support the different approaches. And our proposal is that we would be here to help you with that. And then ultimately, once those projects are identified, we will assign those to the appropriate folks, project managers, depending upon the type For instance, if you're looking at streets projects, we'll provide that to transportation, parks, and so forth. And then they'll collaborate with the office, ward offices to discuss feasibility, resourcing, and timing. So this is our recommended process for that. You won't see it called out as a specific number in the budget because based on the type of project, we'll recommend a funding structure at that time. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. I know we're probably running long on time, and I have a couple of just slides I think I really do need to hit.
Go ahead, Jeff, and finish your presentation. We're running a little late.
Absolutely. So I wanted to just outline quick the income tax impacts for you. So we looked at the 3 different proposals that we're aware of. The first is the mayor's proposal. So it's called a $17 million reduction. Is kind of how it's referred to.
Jeff, let me just correct that. I think it's the governor, not the mayor.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
not the mayor.
thank you so
Sorry,
much.
mayor.
Okay.
Sorry. The governor's proposal, to be fair. So it's a cumulative impact of $7 million, and it's an annual impact eventually of $8.5 million. So going back to, if you remember, in our balanced budget and our model originally, we saw this number remained positive at about 11 million. So under the governor's proposal, we would dip below our policy levels by about 5.7 million. And we would see that annual reduction continue to cause us to be a little bit out of alignment. So this is one of the least impact versions, but it still causes the city some heartburn. The only way really to get to this would be to look at those areas of discretionary funding, where that funding goes, because it's a big chunk of where it's a big chunk of our funding for our public safety and those other areas. So that's kind of what would be on the table. The next is the what would be the $21.3 million reduction. I think this is a legislative option. First one is over a 3-year period, but to call it a $21.3 million reduction is kind of inaccurate because it ramps up to 21.3 a year. So over the first 3 years, you'd be looking at a loss of almost $43 million. So you can see this drives our fund balance $31 million less than what our policies are, creates an out of balance or a structurally imbalanced budget by over $20 million. The peak at that is 25. I don't see a way to grow out of this. Mike and I had a lot of conversation about this, and there's not a real good way to cut your way out of this approach either. So that would be a real challenge for the organization. The final we looked at was a similar 21.3 million cut with growing to it over 7 years. So we just showed the first 3 years. So it's 18.2 million over the first 3 years. And that takes you a little bit more than the governor's recommendation, but continues to be a problem once you see that cut come into the equation. So none of these income tax options are really good for us. What they will do is kind of break the strategy that we have and cause us to dip into services eventually to make those cuts. But I think it's really important to, as the manager referenced in his email went out Friday, we didn't want to not move forward with this year's budget recommendation and hold hostage some of these major significant plans in relationship to these legislative proposals. So these are just kind of 3 scenarios. I know there's infinite number of scenarios that you could look at, but we just wanted to share this tidbit or this insight with you, as I know you'll be talking about this later. So with that, I will provide this PowerPoint. You can see the HERF fund and then also the water fund. We've included the modeling. I want to just point out a couple of things on the water fund model. This year for 2022, we're not recommending a rate increase on the water rates. At this point, based on projections, we would return to that 4% rate increase over time starting next year. And that continues the funding of the capital program at about $70 million. We've issued all the debt we're going to issue for the water fund at this point for the near future, for the foreseeable future. So this continues their operation and continues to be able to provide for their capital needs and to continue that operation going forward. So I know I rushed through that, and we'll be happy to take any additional questions that come up from that over the next couple of weeks. But with that, I'm going to turn it back to Mike for any additional comments or questions that you may have, Council.
I do see.
Mayor, we're running late, so I'm sorry.
I do see Councilmember Kozachik's hand up, Mr. Ortega. Go ahead.
Just real quickly, and it might be an Andrew question, where, or maybe the mayor knows, where is this income tax plan right now legislatively? Is it going to be done before the end of this session, or what can you tell us projecting?
Yes, I do know that the income tax proposal, whether it's the flat one, the flat tax cut, or the governor's proposed tax cut, their intention is to pass it this session. Which, I mean, for the Tucson community and for workers here in the city of Tucson, I think that it would be devastating to see such a huge tax cut coming and affecting our budget because of state shared revenues. So it could absolutely affect our workers and the ability to be able to fill those vacancies that we have, or fulfill on the continued cost of living adjustments and market rate adjustments that we need to do within the city of Tucson. I mean, it could be devastating for our budget.
So they ought to be pretty close to being out of session, sine die, right? So we should know pretty quick.
We should know pretty quick, but I would hope that the intention from my colleagues on the council would be to advocate against the tax cuts. I've already sent a letter to the state legislature indicating our concern here in the city of Tucson and as to what the effect of it means to our city. Unless my colleagues would want to take additional action steps, we can do that as well. And Andrew, I do see you online. So would you like to add to that?
Sure. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Kozaczek, the mayor's got it right. The proposals that are being discussed right now are proposals for the fiscal year 22 budget. If they did do an income tax cut, that would have an impact not just in fiscal year 22, but ongoing in future years. And so the scenarios that Mr. Yates has laid out and the city manager accurately show some of the leading proposals that we've heard about so far from the legislature. As far as timing, we are at that point in the session where there are very few bills left, and they are focusing now on the budget. So this is a hot topic at the Capitol, and should the mayor and council choose to take a position or move forward on the proposed resolution tonight, I and my team will make sure that our members know where the mayor and council, how the mayor and council feels about these proposed tax cuts.
And if I can jump in, Andrew, I'm laughing because my 2 weeks ago, we decided to add a resolution against these tax cuts on the regular session for tonight. So we already have an item tonight. I completely forgot, and I'm laughing because my staff is like, we have a resolution tonight. So we do have a resolution tonight to take a stand as mayor and council against these tax cuts. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you. Andrew, where's the League of Cities and Towns and other cities on this issue? They're all going to be impacted, correct?
That's correct, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Fimbres. This proposed income tax cut would take revenue away from the state shared revenue pot that is then distributed to all 91 Arizona cities and towns. So the $21 million per year impact that Mr. Yates described when it would be fully implemented is Tucson's share of those dollars. Phoenix would be looking at over $60 million a year. And then again, based on population, it would impact every single of the 91 cities and towns. The league has been strongly in opposition. Rural, suburban, ex-urban towns have weighed in with the legislature. So it's a full court press, and we're trying to do everything we can to demonstrate how that kind of cut how significant that would be and how detrimental to local government services.
Thank you. And what other steps can we take then? We have a resolution tonight to be approved by the mayor that's posted it. I thank you for your leadership on this, Regina, but what else, other steps can we do to move on this, to make sure the matter is well addressed?
If I may, Councilmember Fimbres, just because we're running late on other items and we still have other items to speak about, this particular item and conversation we could continue at the regular session when we talk about the resolution. But I think that one of the most important issues that was presented under the budget right now is for the community to understand what that tax cut does to our budget. And so we can continue discussing action steps later tonight, but we really do have to move on to the next item.
Okay, we can further continue. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you,
Andrew. Thank you.
And Jeff or Mr. Ortega, do you want to expand anything else on this particular item?
Mayor, the only thing I'd like to do is let you know what the final or the next steps are. So I am suggesting that the council consider a public hearing on the 18th. There is a scheduled public hearing as a part of the budget adoption process, which is normally scheduled on the 8th. That would continue. But I would suggest, Mayor, if you would like some public feedback, you could do that on the 18th. It would not change the schedule at all. We would notice it right away. And at least open it up for public comment. We will also expand on the town halls, Mayor, that were led by you. We'll expand the conversation to include an online presence of the budget so people can weigh in on that, as well as a very similar chemistry to what we did last time, which was, here's $100, how would you spend it? And so we will have that, and we'll have the results of that for you for the June 8th meeting. So that you will have that in your materials in preparation for that meeting. That's all, Mayor. Thank you for, I know this is a long-winded discussion sometimes, but I appreciate everybody's patience as we've gone through it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We need to move on to the next item, which is item 4. And staff has a report on the Reid Park Zoo expansion project. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thank you. So we're going to break the presentation down into really 2 parts. One is Chris Medvick is with us and was the facilitator for the conversation around this topic. As you had provided me direction, this was a 45-day pause to look for a win-win opportunity. We've done that, and so Chris can go over that. Once Chris finishes her presentation, then Tom here will go over the results of the survey. We're going to try to compress it a little bit. I don't want to take away from your conversation, but maybe we'll compress our presentation because I know we're running a little bit behind now. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris, who will then turn it over to Tim, and then he'll bring it back to me. So thanks.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Chris Medvesic with the Center for Community Dialogue and Training, which is a program of Our Family Services here in Tucson. And as Mr. Ortega said, I was the lead facilitator for the dialogue portions of the Community Conversations project. I'm here with the center team, Center Manager Joanna Marroquin and Community Dialogue Specialist Marley Rabel. And I'm also representing the dozens of skilled volunteer community facilitators who enabled these community conversations to occur. So what I'd like to do is give you a quick overview of the center's role in this project. Within the 45-day pause, the center provided neutral facilitation for the Dialogue Circles event and the core stakeholder group. Each of these projects focused on facilitating informed, respectful, consensus-based discussions about best outcomes for Reid Park and the Reid Park Zoo. The Dialogue Circles were held on Zoom on April 10th, and with little more than a week's notice, more than 100 invited individuals convened on a beautiful spring Saturday afternoon and spent 3 hours discussing this topic. prior to getting into small facilitated dialogue circles, participants received information about each of the 8 concepts from Tim Tomyer so that their discussions were informed. Their dialogues produced information about their hopes and fears for the park and zoo, their opinions about the 8 concepts, and their preferred features in a zoo expansion into Reid Park. 7 of the 13 dialogue circles reached consensus about the important features that the council should prioritize when making its decision. After the dialogue circles event, the core stakeholder group, or CSG, got to work. The CSG was charged with considering the results of the survey and the dialogue circles and making a recommendation to mayor and council. They convened on March 27th and they disbanded on April 21st. And in those 25 days, they met for some 30 hours, including one 8-hour day. There was excellent participation by the 18 appointed representatives. The CSG utilized a consensus-based process made up of 3 basic parts. Number 1, understand the decision being made. Number 2, analyze the relevant data together. And number 3, collaborate to develop solutions representing the group's best thinking. Step 1, understand the decision being made, is critical to ensuring everyone is on the same page. Without agreement on step 1, consensus is impossible. After many hours of discussion, the CSG reached agreement on the question they were undertaking to answer. In crafting this question, they deeply considered, from diverse perspectives, the values, priorities, and realities affecting the situation. Their consensus question incorporates these perspectives into a common vision for Reid Park and Reid Park Zoo. 2 other areas of agreement also were reached in those 25 days. The CSG agreed to focus on concepts D and G to the exclusion of the other 6 concepts. And they created detailed lists of pros and cons of each of these 2 concepts with a focus on what would make each work best for all stakeholders. All materials related to the core stakeholder group and dialogue circles are posted on the city's webpage for the Reid Park Zoo community conversations. In addition to these outcomes, feedback from participants of both the dialogue circles and the CSG showed that participants greatly appreciated the opportunity to talk and listen to each other about their concerns for the park and the zoo. The lack of time for more dialogue was the most common complaint we heard. So that was a quick overview of these 2 robust community conversations. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I now pass it over to Tim Tomyer.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chris, for that overview and for leading our core stakeholder group dialogue. Every single participant shared that it was a positive and insightful process that helped build rapport and understanding across the different stakeholder perspectives. The city is very grateful to your service. Honorable Mayor and members of the council, I will now provide a brief overview of additional aspects of the community conversation. During the 45-day period, our team consisting of city staff, and I'd like to particularly point out the efforts of Lara Hamway, our Parks Director, Sierra Boyer, the Marketing Director for Parks and Recreation, and Johanna Hernandez, our Deputy Director for Business Services, who really brought forth a lot of effort and information in a compressed time frame. Also thank our facilitators from the Center for Community Dialogue and the project support we received from Canine Communications. With that, we pursued a wide range of engagement activities in both English and Spanish. This included social media, print media, mailers, signage, websites, and in-person park intercept surveys. Chris focused on the core stakeholder group and the dialogue circles. I will focus on the community survey. Quite honestly, we were thrilled with the response to the community survey. It was conducted in both English and Spanish, and we provided 8 different concepts for community consideration. These included a full spectrum of outcomes, everything from no zoo expansion to move the zoo out of Reid Park. The 6 other concepts were expand under the current design, expand under the current design and add a natural resources area to the park, expand to the northwest, expand to the southwest, expand to the east and into the Del Uric Golf Course, and expand directly north into the current zoo parking lot and the area of therapeutic recreation. Those 8 concepts and the survey associated resulted in a 99% confidence level and a 2% margin of error with over 14,000 responses. This survey represents the opinion of the community. The result of the survey favored expanding to the northwest, which is also known as Concept D, but we'll get back into that in a moment. The two other options that were more highly rated in the survey were expand under the current design or expand under the current design with the natural resources area. All other concepts scored significantly lower on this community survey. Those results were considered by the core stakeholder group, even though the core stakeholder group did not come to a consensus recommendation at the end of the day. They did spend quite a bit of time, as Chris mentioned, on concepts D and G. The results of the core stakeholder group process, those dialogue circles, and the community survey, along with other factors such as project risks, delay timeframe, park function, zoo function, and costs, were all considered in the manager's recommendation to move away from the current design and redesign the project by expanding to the northwest area. Since the conclusion of the community dialogue, city staff and many stakeholders have continued seeking ways to make the outcome even better for the zoo and for the community, and you're very familiar with some of these recent efforts. What they all have in common, all of these recent efforts, the thing they have in common is they all focused on a zoo expansion to the north and the west of the Edith Ball Adaptive Rec Center. So they all really share that geography. Given your direction, we are confident that we can move forward with a zoo expansion redesign in that area that meets the spirit and intent of council's decision to pause the project. I will hand it back to the city manager, and I'm also available for any questions.
Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thanks for the opportunity. As Tim and Chris mentioned, pretty robust discussion and opportunity. I have heard the commentary from you, Mayor, and from members of the council as well as community members. And what the recommendation is at this point, if the council would like to proceed with this, to look at that northwest area, minimizing impact to the green space and maximizing the impact, if you will, to the hardscape. That would be my recommendation if you chose to accept that as a modification to my original recommendation. And staff and I are available to answer questions, and we're hoping to get direction from you today. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, before we go into discussion with my colleagues on the council, back in March 3rd, I wrote a letter to the city manager and my colleagues on the council asking for a pause on the zoo expansion. After hearing from community for many months about their concern regarding the zoo expanding into the footprint of the pond and Barnum Hill. And I felt it necessary to request from my colleagues on the council and the Zoological Society, as well as the city manager, that we put a hold, that we pause the conversation and go out and do effective community engagement to be able to try and get to a win-win. I feel, and I know that many in our community feel, that it is worth our time and effort to find a win-win, to preserve much loved areas of Reid Park and to preserve as much green space as possible. And I, as well as many members of our community, feel it is important for us to be able to invest in our zoo, as well as make sure that we're expanding based on the promises that were made in terms of investing in our zoo with a 1/10 of a sales tax election that happened in the city of Tucson. So I felt at the time that unfortunately there had not been thorough community engagement to be able to proceed with the expansion as put forward by the Zoological Society. After all of these hours and hours and hours of work by many volunteers in our community, and hours of work by the Center for Community Engagement and our staff, stakeholder groups, people that went in, more than 14,000 people that went in and took time to give us their input through the survey, those that attended meetings. It is really important to note that we are in the cusp of fulfilling that win-win that we said we wanted to take the pause for and be able to make this investment and move forward. I know there's passionate people on both sides, but what I think is very, very important is that when we first started this conversation, there was a group saying, there's no way, this is what we have to do. And the other side of the equation, the other group was saying, there's no way, we can't do that. Today, we have really creative people putting their heads together to come up with a solution that we can really say, we took our time, we took the input of the community, and we could have a win-win solution in front of us. So, colleagues, I'm opening it up for continued discussion or any questions that you might have. Councilmember Cunningham.
There's a few things that I wanted to bring in today, and I want to first tell everybody that this has not been easy. This has been a hard discussion the entire year. Ever since the zoo plan first dropped, and quite frankly, back in September, I thought they were nuts. I looked at them and said, I only go to Reid Park for 3 reasons. I go to Reid Park to go see a baseball game at High Corbett. I go to Reid Park to play golf, and I go to Reid Park to go to the zoo, take my kids to the zoo. That's what I did, because I'm not from that neighborhood. My neighborhood parks are different. And as the discussion evolved, I realized that we'd erred. And I mentioned that in my comments when we had this discussion 45 days ago, but I remember I was lagging. And so we lost a bunch of the dialogue there. But that was what I wanted to say. And as this has progressed, this discussion has progressed. We have a proposal from a pretty renowned architect in Tucson named Bob Vent, who has come up with his own version of item D that includes a walking bridge. His proposal would create a northern and southern zoo with a walking bridge similar to the divided zoo that separates the eastern and western zoo of San Diego. So I kind of like that idea. I also like the idea that it keeps the continuity of the park. Early on in this process, I said that my hard ground was we'd have neutral open space. So if we're going to take a sliver, we're going to give it back. There's a few things, in my opinion, that are sacred cows in this discussion. Number one, and this will be part of my discussion May 18th when I bring back those park items. Number one is I'd really like to see the Parks Department take a look at assigning impact fees and possibly other monies to purchasing the old Julia Keene School, which is about a mile south of Randolph Park, and creating another park there and creating some more open space. There's already basketball courts built. There'd be some, the World Care Center could be kept. There could be a community garden there, but it's something that's worth it for us to look at. And its impact fees, it doesn't affect it affects the general fund in a different way. Number two, another sacred cow I have, or another piece that needs to happen here that's been a long time coming, is the half baseball field that exists. There's a half diamond that exists west of the green space, what I'm going to call the central green space. where this part, that needs to go. That can become open space. That can become green space. I absolutely believe that. I agree with that. Okay. I think that those are two things that should be here right now. So then the question becomes, do you go back? Where have you been? Where are you now? And what are you doing going forward? Well, if you want a perfect world, we should probably go out and buy 100 acres next to the Desert Museum and spend $250 million and build a giant preserve and wildlife habitat next to the Desert Museum. Hey, all right. Okay, then all of a sudden the back to life, back to reality song from the 80s comes on, and you realize, hey, let's focus on what we're really doing here. So when we get back to that, we have a decision, but there's two things that are really important here. One is we need to make this decision and live and die with it. We can't drag this on. The second we drag this on any longer, we're in Rio Nuevo land. We can't push off. We need to say, this is what you're doing, move forward and make it happen. I want to thank Tim Tomier for coming up with the D+ plan. Because if you really look at the D+ plan and you look at the Bob Vint plan, the G minor plan as it's called on the internet, they're literally 30 yards apart. I think at the beginning of this, you could say we were 10 miles apart, and now we're literally 30 yards apart, 50, 60 feet. And I think we can get there. I want to tell the G minor folks that it's perfect. But the thing is that we don't know what's underground. We don't know if there's something that we have to go around, but it's pretty close to where we want to be. I like the bridge idea. I'd rather spend $750,000 on a bridge than extra money removing solar panels. So if we can pull that off, great. I think G minor has some good points in that each one of those things saves us some from construction, some from demo costs. There is going to be some ramifications to the maintenance yard, and I know that that's where city staff is very worried. How are we going to get that maintenance yard space back? The other piece that I think is really important to point out here is that we may not be able to preserve the entire green space. We may lose 10, 15 feet of it. And I need the G minor people to be okay with that, knowing, hey, I don't want it to go across Longshore Lane, but we don't know. We just don't know how that's going to come through. But I think where we are is we go, look, go get your G minor slash D+ thing done. Make sure it's as non-invasive as possible. Make sure we're not losing a green space, and we'll find a way to replace the yard. If we've got to go behind, if we've got to go between the first green, between the first green on the north course and the 17th tee box on the Del Uric course, I'm okay with that. If we've got to dip into there and put a building there, we do. I mean, that's just what we're going to have to do. I don't think we're going to have, if we can reorganize the yard a little bit and stretch it out a little bit, and maybe we'll need some additional storage there. We may not, though. And that's kind of where I think this is going. But we can't micromanage this process anymore. We have to give our direction and live and die with it. We can't have another discussion. We can't let it fester on. So for me, those are the pieces. I understand that this is going to cost us $4 million. And I understand, as the guy who just complained about the parks budget being compromised, it's a little hypocritical of me to say this is going to be, well, for me, as everyone knows, if they've been serving on this body with me for the last 10 years, parks are sacred to me. Mm-hmm. It's my number one thing.
Council member, let's...
I'm almost done, Your Honor. I'm almost done. So this is where I'm at. My recommendation to this body is to direct the staff to proceed with a G minor option, using some latitude if they need D+ things. Those are the pieces. I want to say one quick thing about golf courses in general. Our golf course precedes the city charter. Yeah. Hello?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your thought, and then we have to move on to the next.
Our golf course precedes the city charter. It is one of the most important public golf courses in the Western United States. It serves a higher and more diverse population than other golf courses. It's 1/5 the cost of other golf courses. Most of the people who play on our golf course are working folks. We subsidize different sports all around the city, from baseball to softball to soccer to football, every other sport. And we do help with golf, but that golf actually pays for itself. We have plans for that, and I'm proud of our golf course. So just because I'm saying we can cut a little piece off to replace some yard doesn't mean under any circumstances do I think we should close off the golf course. And besides, where we'd put the yard would be in between the two courses, the 17th tee box and the first green on the north course. And by the way, for the record, I know for a fact that I'm the only one on the council who knows exactly where that is. All right. Well, maybe Steve does. I know it's Ward 6. I bet you Steve does. Sorry, Steve. I know you know that. All right. I yield my time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Councilmember Kozaczek. Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Go ahead, Councilmember Kozaczek.
Yes, I know where that is. I've hit balls and landed on that path. You had to take penalty strokes. I'm not going to micromanage this, but I will. I do have a few things I want to share also. This began for me as a really simple question, and that is, can the city be trusted to carry out our contracts? But since the discussion started, there's a lot that's clouding that original question. So what's the fallout, since we all seem to know the letters, now what's the fallout of doing anything other than options B or C? And those are the originally approved plans, or the originally approved plan with the natural resource area. In the last 45 days, I've spoken to multiple stakeholders, many of whom have not been included in the current outreach. And I want to share some of that message. Between Lloyd Construction and the subs that I could reach, they've already sunk over $1 million into soft costs, staff, staging, equipment, and other prep work. That's not the $100,000 cost that we were told. Tim sent me Lloyd's contract at my request. Lloyd has $9,300 a week in general conditions written into their contract. So just do the math, and the 6 weeks or whatever it is we sat, they're in it alone for over $85,000, not even counting the cost that the subcontractors are going to suffer if we pivot. And those are costs that are not recoverable when we do a new design. One of the subs that I spoke with is going to lay off 40 workers if we pivot. Another is going to lay off 13 to 15. Realizing that any pivot is going to have anywhere from a 1 to 3 year delay. Their workers were staged and ready to go, and they're just not going to sit around and wait for us for another year. And these are trade union positions that we support and value. One of the subs I talked to is bidding jobs in Phoenix now. Why? Because he says he can't rely on the city. Two of the contractors have told me that they're ready to close up shop in Tucson and move to another market, and one of them simply said he's just done with us. There is a $29 million project out on the east side that has paused to watch this conversation and see how it turns out. And they said they're not sinking any more money into their project if in a few years we reserve the right to change course. And that, frankly, is the way our contracts are written, our construction contracts are written. These are the local businesses, the local workforce, and their families that we care about. And if we pivot, they are going to suffer those losses. So this conversation isn't even about the zoo for me anymore. This is about the impact of our giving a thumbs up for 3+ years and then changing direction. So, excuse me, let me be clear about a few more things. The zoo did not choose this site. The zoo did not choose option B or C. City staff gave them direction. And we've approved the capital budget for 3 years. So we chose this location, not the Zoological Society. We've sunk $2.5 million into this that's not going to be recovered if we pivot. None of that is included in the cost estimates that Tim's throwing around. And I'd like to have that, as I guess Paul would too, for upgrading irrigation systems or funding our GSI program. And if we pivot, we're just going to kiss it off. Option D is supposed to cost $3.6 million. Those are additional dollars, plus another year of design. Option G was 15 to 25 in new cost, plus 3 to 4. Tim's new plan is 5.5. And I got to say, Tim and Mike, you guys need to quit providing these back of a napkin cost estimates, because they're not GMPs. They're not guaranteed maximum prices. They haven't been designed. They haven't even been designed. So you can't know those costs. Here's the reality. Material cost escalation. Last year, PVC increased 23%, copper increased 82%, and lumber went up 320%. That's last year. Those are just 3 of the commodities that are going to be used heavily in this project. So the reality is that we don't know how much the extra delays are going to cost us or what the impacts are going to be, because we have no control over the cost of material. Tim, you have a 1.5% inflation rate in your estimates. That's not realistic and it's not known. And you've hedged that by putting a 30% contingency in. Nobody signs construction contracts with that level of uncertainty. But those are the numbers you're throwing out. And that's what the council's reacting to right now. Labor cost escalation, here's the irony in that. We all hope labor gets wage increases. And to the extent that that happens, the project costs are going to escalate the longer that we wait. So can we find the money? Well, sure. But also realize that 60% of the zoo tax is already going for capital. 40% of it's going for O&M. The O&M doesn't just go away if we sweep these dollars into funding these new costs. I know Ortega has some of the zoo tax money squirreled away, but that's supposed to be squirreled away for future infrastructure needs that when Prop 202 and 203 came to the voters, we were all saying, you know, those are 50-year-old water pipes under the concrete, and we have to take some of the money aside to pay for that. And that money goes away if we spend it on these redesigns. Here are a couple more. First of all, looking at the raw survey data, B and C got the most support, Tim, not D. You did that net neutrality thing. B and C got the most support. And we pivot and we're ignoring that input that we got from the public. We also avoid waste, if we stick with B and C, we also avoid wasting $2.5 million. We avoid significant redesign delays and redesign costs. With respect to the cost, option G involves removing some occupied buildings, but so does Tim's most recent plan, and that is the FM buildings that Paul was talking about. Moving buildings is not contemplated in the zoo tax bond, so we'd have to pay for the facility relocation, and we don't know what those costs are, and we can't fund it out of the zoo tax. With respect to Prop 407, which has been tossed around as a possible funding source. Randolph Park in Prop 407 has $6.4 million allocated for the entire park. That's the David Bell multi-use path. It's resurfacing 26 courts at Refkin, and it's renovating the irrigation system in the golf course. 6.4 million is the low end of what Tim's most current plan is, this D plus G minus or whatever plan is. So we're going to allocate the entirety of what we've allocated for Prop 407 for Randolph Park to save Barnum Hill. And I can't justify that.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Cassatt.
Wait, I got one or two more points, because I haven't even mentioned the zoo. Frankly, shame on the zoo for pivoting and giving a nod to option D. They're going to have to answer to their own donors for that. And as far as an extension of Prop 202, good luck with that if they in trying to sell that to their donors. Finally, this option D plus, to the extent it's taking open space, extending it's not a win-win for the community. Neither side wants option D. And to the extent we're touching open space, the Barnum Group doesn't want it and the zoo doesn't want to extend this thing out. So the new plan just effectively irritates both sides. Let me just close with this. This hybrid DG, or whatever we're calling it now, there has been no hydrology study done on it. We haven't studied the circulation issues. how it's going to affect the park. We know that there are significant utilities that run up Lakeshore Lane. That hasn't been studied. There will be contamination remediation that has to be done on the FM site. There are gas tanks there. So we don't know what that impact is going to be. We know we're removing parking that's heavily used right outside those baseball fields. It's a whole new job with a whole new scope, and we're not going to get that done in 30 or 60 or 90 days. The contractor and the subs right now are going to have to be reselected. Lloyd has the ability to walk away from this project under the terms of their existing contract right now, because we've extended this for over a month, and that's in their current contract that Tim sent to me. The $250,000 cost that Tim has in there for this pedestrian walkover isn't realistic when you consider ADA accessibility and the structural issues related to that. Every time we build a splash pad, a tennis court, a ball field, a dog park, a pool, a ramada, we're taking up public open space. And our job is to balance those other users, and including the zoo taking up public open space. Balance those other users, people who come to us and say, I want a ramada, I want a basketball court, I want a tennis court, I want a splash pad or a dog park. And we have to balance those versus the dollars that we have to spend. And I don't think it's fiscally responsible for us to kick this down the road for another year's design, go through the contracting process again, see if anybody will bid on it, and then spend another $6 or $7 million in addition to the money we've already spent. I think the reasonable option is go with option C, give the natural resource area a nod, maintain our contracts, and honor what the voters said when they voted in this survey that Chris and Tim put out, and that was options B or C got the most support. So I've got.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a very long issue that we've been discussing, and I want to thank the city staff for their work on this proposal, the discussions and meeting that were held in compiling the report before us. I also want to thank Chris Medevesek, the facilitator of the meetings and discussions on this, and her team of bringing this forward in 45 days. Of course, stakeholders group may not have agreed on points, but they were still in praise of Chris and her team work on this process. I also want to thank everyone who served on the core stakeholders group, who participated in the opening discussion, and for more than the 14,000 Tucsonans who took part in the survey. We learned a lot from the survey. We also met and listened to citizens of our great city. Many of the Julia King neighborhood discussions, another option which has been called G minor. I want to thank Julia King Neighborhood Association for work and conversation for this. Everyone who has been involved wants to see our community move forward with the zoo's proposed expansion while preserving green space that is in the middle of our city's trees, Barnum Hill, and the South Pond, also referred as the Duck Pond for future generations. It is with that I would like to make the following 3-point part motion for consideration. I move that the council direct staff in the best interest of the city to continue the suspension of the zoo expansion to allow for a new design that will have the effect of saving Barnum Hill and the South Dog Pond. To proceed with the redesign of the zoo expansion in the area north and west of the Edith Ball Adaptive Recreation Center with the following criteria. Minimize the use of open green space, maximize the reuse of hardscape, manage the additional costs of the project to be less than $5.5 million, to deal with the questions about lighting, fireworks, and activities at High Corbett and their potential effects on a zoo expansion, and to initiate a comprehensive update on the Reid Park and Reid Park Zoo master plan. That's my motion.
I will second that, and I'd like to offer comment when it's appropriate.
Yes, there's a motion on the floor and a second. Go ahead, Councilmember Cliff.
Thank you. A lot of important points to absorb. But I think when the zoo tax passed, it's really interesting because Mayor Rothschild during that process recognized and even emphasized for all of us that public money is different than private money. There's no doubt about it. And so I understand to Councilmember Kozachek's points that there are some companies who won't work on public projects for a variety of different reasons, one of which is that it requires a much different degree of transparency and public engagement than sinking your own money into something. So it is more difficult. And I would also say that the arguments laid out by Councilmember Kozachek are almost exactly reminiscent of the arguments for why we shouldn't pause the Broadway corridor widening. And so there is a balance. I couldn't agree with you more. I think our values have value. Our general plan and all of the documents, quite frankly, that the city's residents have participated in crafting emphasize conservation, open space, the environment, economic opportunity, and equity as well. And even the zoo's own mission statement highlights their conservation commitment, where they say their role as a conservation organization, and it starts with actions at home and extends beyond the gates of the zoo. So if we can find a path, which I believe is reflected in Councilmember Fimbres's motion and Bob Vint and the other plans which move this toward hardscape versus open space consumption, I think that's in keeping with the values and the mission of both the city, quite frankly, and the zoo. You know, if you set off on a path and then realize you're about to fall off a ledge or a cliff, that doesn't mean you should stay on the path. And it's hard. This is hard work. This is public work. And I recognize it's not for the faint-hearted. Believe me, I appreciate that the zoo is working with us, and I am sorry that mistakes have been made. I think our staff and our partners have demonstrated that when given the opportunity, they can help us right our course, and I believe that this motion reflects that. I would say finally that after 12 years of service, I believe that the public and donors and others would agree that it's better to spend $2 million well and in keeping with our values than to spend $1 million less wisely and in ways that don't reflect fully the values that we're striving to achieve.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. Any other Vice Mayor Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple points. I'll keep it quick. First, I just wanted to acknowledge the outstanding job of everyone involved in this process and for all of the community members who took time to be engaged on this issue. I think it was just a remarkable feat that was accomplished. So congratulations and thank you to everyone involved. Just wanted to kind of, we're out here in Ward 4 and my team and I have spent a lot of time listening to the conversations as well and observing and trying to help from a problem solving perspective. And so I know trust was a big undercurrent to all of this, whether it was the voters having trust that we were going to continue down the path of what they voted for, or people just having trust in our decisions. And so with that, one of the questions that I really have for the manager or maybe the city attorney is really just helping us understand how we can avoid going down this path in the future with the way that we move forward with these projects and we have community engagement up front in something like this, just so we don't make the same mistake again in the future. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that right now, but that's just kind of what I'm thinking as one point, Mike.
Sure, Mayor, members of the council, and Vice Mayor Lee. I think the reality is that when this was contemplated and the process was followed, no one was looking at it with that lens. And I think there was conversation around the openness. There were public meetings. There was a lot of community dialogue. I think the question was, and I think the issue became, was the community dialogue broad enough? Was the advertisement broad enough? And the only way that I can think of in the future is to make sure that we build it into these types of conversations, these types of I'll use the term contracts, Because although I think, Mayor, you may have mentioned back in your prior life as a council member, the public dialogue, I think part of it was the definition of that, right? What does it look like? Because, as you've heard, there was public dialogue, and it's not fair to say that there was none, because we participated. There were folks that participated in that, but apparently it fell short of expectations within the community, Vice Mayor. And I think in the future we would need to define that up front in fairness to those that are our partners as well as to the community, so that there's adequate understanding and we don't have to recreate the wheel, if you will, by going back and doing something that we thought was done before.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And just my only other question was really to the motion maker, Councilmember Fimbres, on the 5.5 million. If you could just provide a little context on where that number came from. I think 3.6 was what was the in a quote somewhere. So just some context on the 5.5 million, and that's my only other question, Mayor.
It was listed in the memo, Nikki, and also it gives us a buffer to see what we have to do with the planning and stuff that helps us move over. And we want to make sure we're protecting as much green space as we can.
Roger, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I absolutely agree. I think both you, Vice Mayor, and Councilmember Ulick talked about trust. And I think this issue is fundamentally about trust, the trust that Tucson voters placed on their local government. And I believe that governments have a responsibility to the voters. They're contributing to the budgets of this particular project, that we have to be able to answer to the community what is the best investment of what the community is demanding their government to invest in. And so for me, being able to pause and have a thorough dialogue with our community should not be looked as an inconvenience or something that we should have not done. As the city manager commented, back in my prior life as a council member, I remember this conversation clearly and my statements requiring community engagement and having diverse populations being added and adding their voice, and those neighbors surrounding the zoo and Reid Park, their voices should be counted. I remember clearly, and I made it as part of a motion. Now, if the city of Tucson and mayor and council lost track of keeping track of that dialogue and that community engagement, the neighbors now that want to see a good product should not be blamed for this dialogue happening now. And so I do want to echo the sentiment of both the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Ulick, and being able to advance an idea, a concept that took some time and will take additional funds, but that at the end of the day that we're going to have our community respond to the values that we hold so dear and the values that they hold dear regarding Reid Park, the zoo, and this expansion. I do see Councilmember Kozachik's hand up, and if there's no further discussion after that, we do need to vote and move on to the next item.
Sure, thanks. And I agree. This is about trust. We're looking at the same coin from different sides. Question for well, first of all, would you read the motion again, Richard? There are 3 parts to it, so split them up into 3. Muted.
Councilmember Fimbres, can you reread the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a problem with my button there. It says the motion that council directs staff in the best interest of the city to continue the suspension of the zoo expansion to allow for a new design that will have the effects of saving Barnum Hill and the South Duck Pond. To proceed with the redesign of the zoo expansion in the area north and west of the Edith Ball Adaptive Recreation Center with the following criteria: minimize the use of open green space, maximize the reuse of hardscape, manage the additional costs of the project to be less than $5.5 million, to deal with the questions about lighting, fireworks, and activities at the high corporate and their potential effects on the zoo expansion, and to initiate a comprehensive update on the Reid Park and Reid Park Zoo master plan.
That felt like a whole lot more than 3 points, and that's why I asked you to reread it again.
There's 3 points, but major ones, but the two.
Where are you drawing the lines? Because I'm in full agreement that this should be a catalyst for a redo of the Reid Park master plan or further study. But I don't know where you're drawing the lines on the first two pieces. The question 8, and we won't get into the details of it, but one question that comes to mind is, are you going to stop fireworks at the baseball games now, or how are you going to deal with that? Because you don't mitigate that. You either do it or you don't. What happens when we get to 5.5 million? Do we start value engineering the project out, or what's that? And a question, I guess, for Mike Rankin or Mike Ortega, given that this is going to take at least a year, are we now canceling contracts and starting the bidding process over again with new contractors to get this back on board? Because none of the GMPs are valid at all at this point. And what happens to the $2.5 million that is already earmarked for the children's piece of the zoo expansion? I guess that was more than one question.
Mr. Ortega?
Sure, Mayor. I'll try to answer them, Councilwoman Kozachik, and if I miss one, please help me out there. So first of all, the point that I think the motion maker made was to minimize the green space. So I think the map that was referred to as DG hybrid would be the starting point just generally. But a lot of those answers that you outline will be a function of design. So the design will really dictate to some level how far north we have to go and how far west we have to go. So that's number one. Number two, I think the fireworks is a conversation with the zoo and the zoo handlers. I think from an operations standpoint, I know that there has been conversation about that in the past. I don't know what moving the expansion north will do to that. I just don't know. We'll have to include that as a part of the discussion.
Contracts.
With regard to the contract, so my preference and my approach initially is to have a dialogue with the contractor about renegotiating or a change order. So it would be a deduct add type approach. Clearly, the magnitude and the scope could necessitate us to have a different conversation where we could, in fact, go down the path of canceling the contract. Quite frankly, that is not my preference. And if I can figure out a way to continue with the contract with Lloyd, we will do that. And I think it's going to be a function of how we can work together with them, with the designer, so that we can keep them, make them hold and keep them moving down the path.
Well, it's Tory Design that I was referring to, because they've got a $3.6 million design fee, and about 2.5 of that is built into the Pathways for Asia. So they're the ones who are going to be the ones you're talking to. Lloyd's not going to design this. Tory is. And so all right, well, you know where I'm going. I mean, we've got contracts in place and they're now in jeopardy. So I am in total support of using this conversation as a catalyst for a new, broader conversation about Randolph Park or Reid Park master plan. And one final thought, and that is that I was in a neighborhood meeting last week and somebody said, how are you guys going to do better at your outreach next time after all this? And I said to the guy, how do you know when enough is enough? I mean, city staff did probably 2 times the amount of outreach that they do on a project back in 2018 for this project. And at some point, anybody who's doing that outreach has to say, okay, we've done all we can. And there's nothing to prevent somebody from walking around the corner the next day or a year later saying, I never heard about it. So this is always a challenge. And I don't know how we square that circle going forward, but we certainly can't pay Chris $75,000 to do a 45-day outreach every time we have a new project. Sorry, Chris.
So, we are ready to, I don't know if there's any other comments, but we are ready to some and if you'd like, we could do a voice vote or a roll call vote, however you'd like. I'm more than happy to just move forward with a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion passes 6-1 with proceeding with the motion to move forward with the D+, potentially a hybrid DG approach. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you to the Center for Community Dialogue.
Specifically said D+.
No, I'm just calling it D+. It's a bit of a hybrid.
The way I listened to the motion was that the G minor option is going to be considered. If that isn't being
That's what it is. Councilmember Cunningham, that's exactly what it is. I called it D+ DG hybrid. Okay, is that good? Fine. Thank you so much for all of you, for staff, Center for Community Dialogue, and really to the Zoological Society for participating in the community process and being open to adjusting the footprint of their expansion. So thank you all. We move on to item 5. Item 5, time has been set aside for discussion of a business retention and expansion incentive for precision shooting equipment. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of council, I'll quickly turn this over to Barb. I know we're short on time, so Barbara Coffey will take you through this.
Great. Thank you very much, City Manager, Honorable Mayor, members of council. Today, just the item before you is a request for direction regarding a business retention and expansion incentive in order to assist one of our companies, Precision Shooting Equipment or PSE Archery, as they consider relocation from their current facility in Ward 3, where they're now on Fairview Avenue. The company has been in Tucson since 1982 with its headquarters and manufacturing operations. PSE is the largest privately owned archery equipment manufacturer in the U.S., and they do export worldwide. Manufacturing is a target industry for Tucson, and the goal is to retain the approximately 200 employees here with a utility sales tax rebate over 10 years. PSE anticipates an expansion with an estimated $1.5 million investment and a relocation to a Ward 5 location on Country Club Road. That would allow for 110,000 square foot of space and an additional 20 jobs. So we're requesting direction to proceed with the economic impact analysis for the project, and we would come back to you on June 8th with the results of that analysis for further direction at that time. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Madam Mayor, we've talked to the leadership, and I want to thank Barbara Coffey for her action on this meeting. And I'd like to make a motion to continue to proceed with this issue and keep them in the city of Tucson.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you so much, Barbara. I really appreciate you bringing this to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. Moving on to item 7, well, it's noted as 6. Time has been set aside for discussion of the third and final phase of the housing market study. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, again, turn it over quickly to Liz Morales. This is an item that has been continued because we've run out of time, so I appreciate the council's patience as we bring this back to you. So with that, Liz, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Today we are presenting the third and final phase of the housing market Our partners, Dr. Alicia Kim and Dr. George Hammond with the Arizona Aller College of Management's Economic and Business Research Center, will share the data and analysis that was completed. The end goal of the housing market study is to inform and help in the development of a comprehensive affordable housing strategy to help meet the current and future demand. Before I turn it over to Dr. Kim, I want to thank PDSD and particularly Director Scott Clark and Corin Manning for their work in making the study happen. This data is key to help us move forward and make informed decisions. Dr. Kim, I will pass the baton.
Thank you, Liz, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us with you again today. So I'm going to go over the third phase of our housing market study, which is a gap analysis, where we wanted to identify the groups and households that are not as well served by our housing market here in Tucson. As you know, we already assessed the vulnerability of neighborhoods in phase 1, and then we did a kind of like snapshot of the Tucson housing market in phase 2. So this is the result of those first 2 phases. This main page is really the meat of the analysis, where we looked at population growth here, and then compared that to our housing growth by decade. So population growth, we have pretty consistent increases in population over the decades, but we needed to actually look at that by household size. So this green bar here gives us new households by decade, and this blue bar tells us how many new housing units were being built during those same decades. So from 1990 to 1999 and 2000 to 2009, you can see that housing unit production was exceeding new households. The only time that it became less than new household growth was in this current decade after the Great Recession. This led us to the conclusion that we'll use later, that current housing unit stock meets the needs of the population, the household population. However, that doesn't mean that it will continue to meet the need in the future if new housing units production continues to be low. But the biggest concern that we have here is affordability of housing. So we picked several common occupations in the Tucson area. We assigned a household size to each one with the estimated household income for that occupation. And we figured the max rent or the maximum home price that they could afford. So, if you're a part-time retail worker in Tucson, only making $13,000 a year in your household of one, then $325 a month is very low rent, or a very low maximum rent that you would be able to find an affordable place. And we can see how that plays out by the rental household burden by income. So remember from our previous analyses that housing cost burden means that the household is spending more than 30% of household income on housing costs. When we're talking about rental households, households that are making less than $20,000 a year have the highest burden rate, which is, about 93% here. So almost all households in this income bracket are housing cost burdened. As income goes up, housing cost burden for rental households goes down, which is to be expected. So the most complex thing that we did was to look for a gap. Do we need new housing units in Tucson? The answer we came up with is no, that we have enough available units, for example, rental units for all the rental households in Tucson. What we don't have is an equitable distribution of rents so that the lowest income households can afford rent. So we came up with this. It looks complex, I know, but what we have here is a diagram that's a representation, our best representation of how Tucson's renter households are sorted in our current housing market. So we have our various categories of household incomes over here. I'm not sure if this pop-up is showing, but if you hover here, you can see a pop-up that tells you how many households are in this income bracket in the Tucson area, or rental households are in this income bracket. And then if you hover over here on the right side, you can also see how many units are available for this amount of rent. And it'll pop up and tell you. If you hover over any of the network lines, then it'll tell you exactly how many estimated households in, say, the $20,000 to $35,000 income range are renting at this price range. Informal dwellings are mostly ADUs, and those are unknown rent. These multifamily units are known apartment complexes and also mobile home parks where the homes are not owned by the residents, but unknown rent. And then the county was able to give us data about rental homes, single family rental homes that are claimed as rental homes, although we don't know the rent there. So we used our best judgment in making this diagram, but as you can see, this is how we estimate the distribution of rental properties amongst the various income categories for rental households in the Tucson area. This actually was consistent with the latest findings of this National Low Income Housing Coalition study, which found that a shortage of affordable and available rental homes, there is a shortage for extremely low income renters, which I think we already kind of knew that. So we also looked at owner household burden by income, which is the same thing that we were looking at in the rental households, except that we see a different, of course, we see that the lowest income households suffer the greatest housing cost burden, but we also see that, far fewer of these households are owning homes. And of course, the most highest earning households are the ones that own homes and have the lowest burden. So that's the overview, which I encourage you to take a closer look at. These three categories over here, older adults, ethnicity, and race, are the categories by which we did further in-depth analysis. I'm going to cover older adults, but all of these analyses are virtually the same across those three categories. So we looked at older adults, which we know is a vulnerable population in Tucson, and we found that older adult households make up about 29% of all households in Tucson. So just to clarify, an older adult household is one where the primary census survey respondent was age 65 or older, but doesn't mean that the household does not include family members that are younger than 65. So we found that, in fact, older adult households in Tucson are more likely to own their homes all the way up until about age 85. And then the renter share increases in the 85 plus age group as we think that older adults transition away from independent living. Our biggest concern was how many older adult households in the Tucson MSA are at or below that 50% area median income for two people. We use two people because that's the most common size of an older adult household. And about 26% are at or below that 50% area median income. This table just showed you what the AMI is in the Tucson area. And then if we look at housing cost burden, this is housing cost burden by age. So we can see there's a fairly high housing cost burden in the 65 plus age group. However, in Tucson is actually lower than the state of Arizona and even lower than the US as a whole. We also compared the housing cost burden in that age group to other metro areas in the West. So these are the metro areas that the entire map dashboard uses as comparison metro areas for all of our indicators. You can see here, this is Tucson here, all the way to the right in orange. And you can see that, in fact, I believe Tucson has the third lowest housing cost burden for the 65 plus population after El Paso and San Antonio. We also mapped where low-income seniors are living. So the low-income older adult households by census tract are kind of concentrated in these red and orange areas on this map. What it actually tells us is that finding affordable housing for low-income households is more a function of socioeconomic status than it is of where our seniors might be more inclined to live for other social reasons. So according to the Neighborhood Vulnerability Index, which is phase 1, nearly all of these orange and red tracts with a large percentage of very low income older adult households are classified as most vulnerable. The city was able to give us information about housing assistance and how lower income adults are using housing assistance. And we do have a fairly large, high amount of households or housing assistance units occupied by older adults, broken out by this type of assistance, but this doesn't nearly cover the amount of need that is out there. And finally, we looked, where are older adult households by census tract just around the Tucson area, and you can see, the proportion of older adult households just at all, not low income, just any older adult household, is very high up here in the north, and then also quite high down here in the Green Valley area. These are the highest percentages down here. Please remember when you're looking at this later that you can click on any of these links for a full screen map. Finally, we wanted to see if older adult households were moving in the area, or where the percentage was changing. And we found that there's quite a bit of percentage change in the center of and within city limits as compared to these other areas, which are high in this older adult household population already, but aren't experiencing a lot of change, which means older adult households are not increasing in those areas. So I know we're limited on time. I just want to tell you that the housing by ethnicity and housing by race analyses are almost very similar, almost identical to this analysis. I just did want to caveat that the way we have to look at ethnicity is according to the U.S. Census Bureau's designation, which is a respondent can answer, identify themselves as Hispanic or Latino or not Hispanic or Latino. So that's how we have to look at ethnicity. And then race is also different and includes everything except for like Hispanic and Latino is considered to be ethnicity, and everything else that the race categories are here, highlight that for you, but Black, American, Indian, Alaska Native, Asian, Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, some other race, or 2 or more races. The final thing that we did was compare the gaps that we saw to vulnerability. So putting phase 1 and phase 3 together. We did have information about property tax delinquency and found that more than half, 58% of tax delinquent properties are located in vulnerable neighborhoods in the Tucson MSA, so that we got that tax delinquency information from the county, who were our collaborators in this project. And then we also wanted to see how renter cost burden and vulnerability were interconnected. So 34 tracts in the Tucson MSA, most of them within city limits, were both designated as vulnerable tracts by our index and has more than 60% of rental households being housing cost burdened. Those are mapped here. And then finally, we looked at median house price changes and vulnerability. And we found what we can see here with this kind of tan color. These are vulnerable tracts that had negative median house price changes between 2013 and 2018, which are the adjacent ACS survey years for comparability. And then these kind of aquamarine colored tracts are those that were vulnerable and had a 25% or more median house price change. Like I said, I encourage you to go look at the site and kind of digest all the information here. And I also wanted to say what a pleasure it was to work with the City of Tucson and Pima County to do this study. Back to you, Liz.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. I really appreciate your presentation and all your time and effort. Mayor, it's HCD's recommendation that the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development and the HCD Department work together to develop recommendations on policy and actions that may be taken to help address the gaps in the housing market, including but not limited to increasing affordable housing options that will reduce the number of persons who are cost burdened, and also encourage the development of housing options for all income levels, which will free up housing that is naturally affordable for residents at the lower end of the income scale. Also looking to increase housing options for seniors, investing in vulnerable census tracts to decrease tax delinquent properties and increase minority homeowners, educating residents in vulnerable census tracts on how to access homeownership opportunities and financial literacy. Those are the recommendations we'd like to work on. As the study was conducted jointly with Pima County, HCD will continue to work collaboratively and seek to work with the county to develop regional approaches to meeting our housing needs. This concludes our presentation, and we welcome your questions and discussion.
Thank you, Liz. Do you need that in the form of a motion?
Mayor, I don't believe we need that in a form of a motion, but if you concur, we will take that lead.
Well, I'm certainly happy to offer that in the form of a motion just to make sure that you have support for the direction. I appreciate the great work and outstanding information, and I hope you'll include alternative housing models. There was a great article in the Star about shared housing for seniors. There are cooperative apartments where people can rent but gain equity. So I look forward to hearing more about the good work. Thank you very much.
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
So I agree that we should give you a motion, Liz, just to make sure that we are supportive of your direction that you've outlined in this presentation, and that you do also get the input and feedback from Mayor and Council, making sure that you're taking this to the Equitable Housing and Community Development Commission is really important, so that this extension of the conversation can happen there. So there is a motion and a second, and I too would like to thank Liz Morales and your department, Pima County, for working with us and being a great partner. And of course, the amazing work of Dr. Kim and Mr. George Hammond for adding this incredible factual information to the conversation. Stuff like Dr. Kim said, right, that we knew, but now we have the numbers to prove the need. So I appreciate all of your time and effort putting into this. So with that, any other comments from my colleagues? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, so we move on to the next item. We have the state and national legislative updates. Andrew?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. As mentioned earlier, we're at that point in the legislative session where moving through the last few bills, there's really no new bills and none for mayor and council consideration, but we are in the middle now of budget negotiations. And we've already talked at length about the proposed income tax cuts, in particular the flat tax proposal. I don't need to go over those here now in the interest of time, but I'm happy to give at least a couple of additional points that didn't come up in the earlier discussion for your attention. First, the work that Mr. Yates did with the budget, not only does that demonstrate the significant and negative impact that the income tax cuts as proposed would have on Tucson, but they also help address some of the arguments that the supporters of the flat tax are making. They're trying to say that with Wayfair or adult use marijuana, that cities are getting all these new revenues. Well, as has been shown in the budget discussion earlier, those potential increased revenues in no way make up for the amount of cuts that the income tax proposals would cause. So that information is very helpful. And then the last thing I would add is that, as many of you know, to cut taxes at the Arizona legislature only requires a majority vote, while a tax increase requires a supermajority vote. So we are recommending extreme caution on these proposals because it would be very difficult to undo any tax cuts that they might make due to that supermajority vote requirement. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm going to ask that you join us also for the resolution conversation if we need to have you there.
Will do, Mayor.
And if there's any questions. Thank you so much, Andrew. We move on to item 9, discussion of regular agenda. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Ulick?
I'm sorry, you asked about consent, but I'm confused by item 12. I thought that was going to be removed from the regular agenda. The Valencia parcels?
Yes, that was continued at the request of staff.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Madam Mayor, 7C, I'd like to have a little bit of discussion on it.
So item
study session item 9. No, consent item 7C.
Item 7C, alrighty, noted. Councilmember Cunningham? You're muted, Councilmember.
I'm removing 7C, Your Honor.
Alrighty, that was just called out by Councilmember.
I know, I saw it.
Alrighty, any others? Alrighty, hearing none. We, does anyone have any items for future agendas? Hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regular session, let me see, I think I'm gonna give you 10 minutes. So the regular session will start at 5:40. We'll meet back here for the regular agenda at 5:40. So take a break, walk around a little bit, and we'll see you at 5:40. and then start in the next minute.
Okay.
Give it a start. You ready?
All right, Your Honor.
Thank you. Council will stand in session.
Ms. Santa Cruz. Mr. Cunningham. Ms. Zulik.
Here.
Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres.
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Here.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham.
Mr. Cunningham is here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Ana Marrufo, staff member to the City Clerk's office.
Thank you, Mayor. Deepen our love for our city and our desire to serve it. Strengthen our power of self-sacrifice for our city's welfare. Teach us to uphold its good name by our own right conduct. Cause us to see clearly that the well-being of our city is in the hands of all its citizens. Amen.
We have a couple of proclamations today, so we move on to item 2C, which are the presentations. The first one I would like to read is the proclaiming May 9th through May 15 to be Economic Development Week. And I invite Barbara Coffey, if she is present with us, if she'd like to say a couple of words after I read the proclamation. So whereas the City of Tucson Office of Economic Initiatives was created to attract and retain high-quality jobs as a means of improving quality of life in our city, and whereas economic development activities promote job creation, build families' financial security, facilitate growth, and provide a stable tax base. And whereas the City of Tucson values its collaborative relationships with other local and regional organizations, state and federal agencies, chambers of commerce, colleges and universities, and a variety of other organizations dedicated to enhancing quality of life through economic development. And whereas the City of Tucson appreciates the private sector's contributions to growth and development and to positioning the city to attract and retain the jobs of the future. And whereas the City of Tucson Office of Economic Initiatives works to stimulate entrepreneurship and incubate new ventures in order to foster innovation and help establish a generation of new local businesses. And whereas the City of Tucson is open for business and encourages the growth and expansion of its business community through competitive incentives and streamlined planning and development processes. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim May 9th through May 15th, 2021 to be National Economic Development Week in this community and remind all residents of the importance of the city's economic development efforts, which expand career opportunities and improve the quality of life. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 4th day of May 2021. Thank you so much and congratulations, and thank you for all of the work that you do, Barbara, and your team.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, members of council. It really is a day to thank, right? Thank you for this opportunity to highlight National Economic Development Week. Next week that will be, and it's fitting that this week is National Small Business Week, and the two celebrations are certainly intertwined. The future of our community is in our small businesses. You've said that many times, and those businesses employ our residents and help create a vibrant economy. So for National Economic Development Week, our office simply wants to recognize all our partners in economic development. You mentioned many of those in the proclamation: the county, the region, the state, and everyone in business and industry, workforce and education, our chambers of commerce and nonprofit organizations that support local business success. So this is also a time to thank you for your leadership, all the members of council for their leadership in economic development to further enhance the quality of life that exists here in Tucson. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for all the work you do. It was such an honor yesterday, Monday, to be included in the Tucson Buffalo Soldier ribbon cutting. It has been such an amazing project of our fellow council colleague, council member Richard Fimbres, and his staff, and all the work that has gone into creating the Buffalo Soldier Memorial at Quincy Douglas. I just wanted to recognize the amazing work done. What a beautiful ceremony. It was yesterday, and I wanted to put into the record and read the resolution or the proclamation that I read yesterday to the entire audience. So I'll read it here and put it into the record and thank Councilmember Fimbres and his staff for such an amazing event yesterday, and recognize that this Buffalo Soldier Memorial is the only one of its kind in Arizona. And so we really did history. We made history yesterday, and that was because of the work of so many people. So Tucson Buffalo Soldier Memorial Resolution Day Proclamation. Whereas on July 28th, 1866, Congress established 6 all-Black regiments, later consolidated into 4, to help rebuild the country after the Civil War and to patrol the remote western frontier during the Indian Wars. And whereas the Buffalo soldiers received their name because of the buffalo's fierce bravery and fighting spirit. And whereas the Buffalo Soldiers fought alongside other military regiments in many conflicts and were instrumental in the exploration and settlement of Western lands. And whereas more than 200,000 African Americans served in World War I and more than 1 million served in World War II. And whereas over 82 years of the Buffalo Soldiers' existence, 23 earned the Congressional Medal of Honor, the highest recognition awarded by the United States government for military service. And whereas Arizona Buffalo Soldiers Lieutenant William McBriar, Sergeant Benjamin Brown, and Corporal Isaiah Mays are among the Buffalo Soldiers' most distinguished heroes, each earning the Congressional Medal of Honor. And whereas the Buffalo Soldiers' single regimental units ceased to exist in 1948, when President Harry Truman signed Executive Order 9981, mandating equal treatment and opportunity for African American servicemen. And whereas the city of Tucson will have the first voter-approved and funded Buffalo Soldier Memorial, honoring those who served as Buffalo Soldiers from Tucson and Southern Arizona from 1866 to 1948. That was brought forward to completion by Ward 5 Council Member Richard Fimbres, the 9th and 10th Cavalry GSAAC, and the City of Tucson Parks and Recreation Department. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim May 3rd to be the Tucson Buffalo Soldier Memorial Resolution Day, and encourage all the citizens of Tucson to support the establishment of a Buffalo Soldier Memorial in Tucson. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 3rd day of May, 2021. Congratulations. We move to item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication number 124, dated May 4th, is received into and made part of the record. What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move that we approve the appointments on tonight's agenda.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to approve the appointments of Michael St-Ors to the Veteran Affairs Committee and Catherine Mutrade to the Tucson Commission on Gay, Lesbian, Bisexual, and Transgender Issues. I would like to thank you both for your willingness to serve the City of Tucson. Any discussion on these appointments? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, let's move on to item 3.
Mayor and council reports, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication number 125, dated May 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? So what I'll do is I'll just go down the road as I usually do, starting with Ward 1, Council Member Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of announcements. May is National Bike Month, promoted by the League of American Bicyclists. It's a chance to showcase the many benefits of bicycling, and I want to encourage folks, the public, to give the bicycle a try. Everybody's invited to our second Sunday Mother's Day Burrito Brunch Ride out of the Ward 1 office is coming Sunday, May 9th at 10 a.m. May is also Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, where we recognize the contributions and influence of Asian Pacific Islander and Desi Americans to the history, culture, and achievements of the United States, and especially here in the city of Tucson, where they made remarkable contributions to the economic prosperity of Tucson, even though they lived and worked under very difficult and unfavorable conditions before the end of World War II. May 5th is also the National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, and it's a day to acknowledge and remember those women who remain missing and that we have lost to murder, and continue to work to ensure for the safety of our Native women. The YWCA on May 13th, Thursday, May 13th, will be offering free mammograms from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. No insurance is required, but they also accept major insurances. We must be 35 or older, not be breastfeeding, and have no current breast complaints or concerns. And finally, there will be a supply distribution drive by Pima Animal Care Center at Mission Manor Elementary this Saturday, May 8th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Supplies range from pet to
pet food to personal hygiene items. And that is all I have, Mayor.
Alrighty, so to Councilmember Cunningham in Ward 2.
Thank you, Your Honor. The first thing I'm going to bring up today is vaccinations. There are multiple sites popping up every day. Anybody who asks to get vaccinated can usually get vaccinated within 24 hours. Moreover, obviously, hopefully people have heard by now that age 16 and over can be vaccinated. Also, there's an expectation that folks who choose can have their children aged 12 to 15 vaccinated before the end of the month of May. And more, it's expected, though that hasn't been decided yet, that there will be vaccinations available for children 2 and 11 sometime this fall. I urge everybody to consider that. The evidence is very clear right now that the vaccination is very effective in preventing the spread of COVID-19 as well as preventing serious illness of COVID-19. So I laud our vaccination efforts in Pima County and the city of Tucson, but I also want to thank everybody for support, for considering that. I want to talk to you about the Arizona Wildcat baseball team because they've won 9 in a row and they play right here in Tucson at our own High Corbett Field. They're actually playing tonight. I mean, don't you have anything better to do? You can always go down to High Corbett. There is limited seating due to social distancing, which we want to continue to maintain. However, it's a very exciting time. Also, the softball team did sweep their series last weekend. And this is important. This is the reason this is an important announcement. It's been a long time for everyone to feel a little normal, but the fact of the matter is there's a very good possibility, thanks to the success of both the Arizona softball team and baseball team, we could see tourists and visitors here come the end of this month. And that alone is noteworthy in this announcement. Let's welcome them with open arms and let them know how Tucson treats everyone around the world. Finally, I want to talk about June 4th at 7 p.m. The Southern Arizona All-Star Football Showcase will be happening at Tucson High School. It's a really exciting event. I'm really proud to say that it was organized by Coach Skurin, but even more exciting is one team's going to be coached by former state champion Dennis Benet, the other by former state champion Neemer Hassey. Both of them are educators here in Tucson and have a long history doing what's best for kids. And they're the two guys leading. Multiple high school coaches are going to be involved in this game. Everyone from the Saguaro head coach to the Tucson High head coach. I mean, everybody's involved. It's a great community effort. We're looking forward to it. We're working on some of the other things that we want to be able to do. But as the president announced today, he'd love to see us hit 70% vaccination rate by July 4th, which would, to some doctors, would indicate herd immunity. So maybe we'll get there early. Finally, we're opening parks and pools back up at the end of the month. Please look out for the schedule and see which pool and park is open on which days and plan your days for swimming accordingly. Also remember to abide by social distancing and sanitizing after using our pools. Other than that, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wanted to let folks know there's going to be an Amphi neighborhood cleanup on Sunday, May 16th from 8 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. We're going to meet at Literacy Connects at 200 East Yavapai Road. For more information, you can call my office at 791-4711. We want to welcome back the Bicycle Intercommunity Art and Salvage, better known as BICUS. They're phasing in a reopening, and some limited numbers of customers can be allowed with adequate spacing and other provisions. But we're so happy for BICUS to be opening again at 2001 North 7th Avenue. You can call them at 628-7950. Also, Tucson Food Share has new hours and a location at 2500 North Stone. It's a collective effort by and for Tucsonans to share food. and you can get more information through Tucson Food Share or through the Ward 3 office. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to say thank you to everyone who helped out with last Friday's Arbor Day event. My team helped put together with Tucson Clean and Beautiful. And the mayor came out and got her hands dirty with me, and we planted some trees out here in Lincoln Park. Want to thank all of our sponsors and people who helped make that possible. We had over 100 volunteers and we planted over 60 trees to provide some shade on that soccer field. So I know that that's going to be a great investment in the future. So I just wanted to thank everyone who made that possible, and just let everyone know that our next Ward 4 Town Hall is on the books for Thursday, May 27th, and that is going to be on Michael Ortega's favorite topic, the budget. So it's going to be a great conversation. Also this week is Teacher Appreciation Week, and I know Mayor, you, Councilmember Cunningham, and Councilmember Finbrace and I all participated in some degree for the Crystal Apple Awards last week. So just wanted to say thank you to all the teachers and educators and support staff out there this week and always for all of their work, especially under these difficult conditions over the past several, year plus now. Just grateful for our teachers and wanted to give them a little bit of love tonight. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Kozachik? Oh, I'm sorry.
But know when you get to me anyway, but Richard, go on.
Councilmember?
Next, Madam Mayor.
I'm so sorry I skipped you.
As the mayor said earlier, yesterday, May 3rd, was a historic day for our city, but it is dedication of the first voter-approved Buffalo Soldier Memorial Plaza in Ward 5, the Quincy Douglas Neighborhood Center. I want to thank Mayor Romero, the city manager, Mike Ortega, for joining me at the dedication of the Buffalo Soldiers Memorial, State Representative Andrea De Alessandro, Pima County Supervisors Adelita Grijalva and Dr. Matt Hines, Pima Community College Chancellor Lee Lambert, Colonel Jared Moreland, Garrison Commander Fort Huachuca, and Colonel Victor Pereira, the 355th West Wing Commander, Davis Mountain Air Force Base, all took part in the dedication. I also want to thank the GSAAC 9th and 10th Horse Cavalry Association, former Parks Director Brett Dennis, former interim Parks Director Tim Tamur, and our new Parks Director Laura Hammer for their work. Jerry Neely, the Director of the Quincy Douglas Neighborhood Center, and Tom Fisher with Parks and Recreation and his team. Miss Mike M. Anderson Construction, the contractor for their work in constructing the Memorial Plaza, Tucson Marble and Granite for the construction of the memorial, and the good citizens of Tucson have approved Proposition 407 in 2018. On Monday, April 26th, the second annual Tucson Parks and Recreation Sonoran Desert Rain Memorial took place, where plants were planted in memory of loved ones lost. I attended with my Chief of Staff, Mark Kerr, and planted 3 plants, one for my brother, Stephen John Femans, who recently passed, Mark Kerr's father, Clark Kerr, and Yolanda Coronado, Mary Kuchar's mother, who also passed away. Thank you, Laura Hamway, Parks and Recreation Director, for holding this event, as well as the staff who took part, and as good citizens of Tucson who took part in this great event. On April 27th, the city manager, Mike Ortega, joined me in the tour of Velocity Truck Center, located at Ward 5. Marisa Betura from the mayor's office, as well as representatives from TPD and TFD, were present for the tour and to learn about Velocity's work on electric vehicles for fire, environmental services, and public safety. I want to thank the leadership team of Velocity for arranging the tour and looking forward to working with them in the future. On April 30th, I had the privilege of recognizing the students of Loeffler Middle School's Future Cities program. It's a national program. I want to congratulate the students for their academic success and their teacher, Jackie Nichols, who has taught the program since its inception in 2012. I also want to commend the principal and staff at Loeffler Middle School, as well as the SUSD superintendent, Steve Holmes, for his curriculum and programs for students. Education is the key to success. On Saturday, May 1st, I had the privilege of taking part, along with Vice Mayor Nikki Lee, Councilman Paul Cunningham, at the Metropolitan Education Commission Virtual Crystal Apple Awards presentation, giving awards for outstanding school counselors to Daniela Kamabushi and Aaron Townsend. I want to congratulate the students, teachers, schools, staff, supporters for better education for youth, who are recognized today for their work and efforts at the MEC. Congratulations also to the MEC for the 30 years of work and success. In 1984, President Ronald Reagan signed Proclamation 5187, creating National Corrections Officer Week. Each year, the first full week in May is recognized as National Corrections Officer and Employee Week, commemorating the contributions of corrections officers and corrections professionals who work in jails, prisons, and community corrections across the country, along with public defenders and probation officers. I want to thank all the corrections professionals. Thursday, May 6th to Wednesday, May 12th is National Nurses Week. May 12th is Florence Nightingale's birthday. National Nurses Week was first observed in October 1954 in honor of the 100th anniversary of Florence Nightingale's mission in Grima. Especially during this COVID-19 pandemic, I want to thank everyone in the nursing profession for their work, commitment to their patients and to our community. Tomorrow, May 5th, is Cinco de Mayo, commemorating the Mexican Americans' victory over French forces at the Battle of Puebla on May 5th, 1862, under the leadership of General Ignacio Zaragoza Seguin. In the U.S., Cinco de Mayo has taken on significant beyond that in Mexico, and the date is best recognized in the United States as a date to celebrate our culture and experience of Americans with Mexican ancestry. Latinos have a profound and positive influence on our community through their commitment to family, faith, hard work, patriotism, and service. They have enhanced and shaped our national character with century-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of our community. In Tucson, the city was dedicated a city of gastronomy by the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and El Güero Canelo with the Sonora Hanga was the prestigious James Beard Award for gastronomy. With more than 50 million Latinos across the United States, Latinos now make up a large minority group and represent billions in buying power. In Arizona, Raul Castro served as our first Latino governor in the 1970s. In 1991, Ed Pastor was the first Latino elected to represent Arizona in the U.S. Congress, and today there are two Latinos in Congress representing Arizona, Raul Grijalva and Ruben Gallego. In 2019, Tucson elected Regina Romero, its first Latina mayor in its 140-year history. Very proud of that. As we reflected in all the Latino contributions in this great country, let us not lose sight of where we are as Americans, Arizonans, Tucsonans need to go. We must continue to work together to solve the challenges of today so our community and our children have a better tomorrow. Thank you, and may the 4th be with you.
Wonderful. Wonderfully done, Councilmember Fimbres. Thank you.
I have one more, Madam Mayor. On Saturday, May 8th, Bright Star Community Development Corporation will have a food box distribution at Rising Star Baptist Church, 2800 East 36th Street. The distributors starts at 10 a.m. and will go until all 1,300 food boxes are distributed. The event is to honor Sister Ethel Rogers of Rising Star Baptist Church. For more information, you can contact Bright Star at 345-3221. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry.
Your Honor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Cunningham.
Yeah, I left out. I wanted to congratulate Ben Collinsworth and Nathaniel Rios for earning Teachers of the Year at Crystal Apple.
Yes, very good. Very good. Councilmember Kasechik, did you have any?
Well, I'm saving my voice, so I just have Richard read all of mine.
I do have a couple myself, so I'll add to summary of current events. So a couple of things. One, the Pima Association of Governments has public comment. Public comment is open for people to comment on the proposed fiscal year 22 to 26 Transportation Improvement Program. This is an opportunity to provide your thoughts on the proposed transportation projects for the Pima Association of Governments. And you could see the Transportation Improvement Program project list at pagregion.com. It's important for citizens in Tucson to participate in this survey so that you could give your input as to what your priorities are for this region. Deadline to submit your input is May 18th. That again is www.pagregion.com. participatory.com. And then a little bit of really happy news and some bright news. The Save the Oak Flats Act has passed out of the U.S. House Committee in Natural Resources. It is heading to the House floor. Congressman Grijalva introduced this important piece of legislation, and this act will preserve a site that is sacred to our Indigenous brothers and sisters. This is wonderful news, and I hope that the House picks up the act and votes on it immediately, and so does the Senate. So congratulations to Congressman Grijalva in helping protect a beautiful and sacred site for our Indigenous communities. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 126, dated May 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, the only thing I wanted to report is actually today is Jeff Yates' 1-year anniversary with the City of Tucson, and what a way to celebrate his 1-year anniversary, not only with a council meeting, but presenting the first recommended budget of his career within the city. So I just wanted to give him a quick shout out. And also, Mayor and members of the council, thank you for your patience. I know we've been working hard on the compensation. Thank you for your leadership on that. I think it's a huge testament to the leadership that you all provide for the employees and really for the organization as a whole. And I just wanted to say thank you on their behalf.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication number 127, dated May 4th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda under item 5B, we have 1 and D1 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
Madam Mayor, I move to forward the liquor licenses to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meetings Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review a matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. We have a list. Okay. Alrighty. Here I have it. Kirk O'Laughlin.
He's on, Your Honor.
Kirk O'Laughlin, you are supposed to. Hello?
Hello?
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Kirk.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Kirk O'Laughlin, and I've been resided in Enchanted Hills neighborhood since April of 1978. After living here 25 years, I'm notified that I now live in a FEMA flood zone. This action has directly harmed me by decreasing the value of my property and with the forced purchase of flood insurance. I have been complaining for over 40 years about drainage issues with both the Enchanted Hills Wash and the drainage easement on my property. My property is downstream of the huge Cat Mountain watershed. In a meeting, city planners decided to double the size of box culverts that were proposed for La Cholla Boulevard, when I informed them that a vehicle had been washed downstream. This culvert is still inadequate and now acts like a dam during severe storms, allowing water to back up until it runs over the roadway towards my property. The proposed 36 and La Cholla development with 58 proposed homes on the southern portion of this project is not in accordance with the Tumamoc area plan. A U of A hydrologic study on Tumamoc Hill stated the need for studies when considering any upstream urbanization that could increase flood flows downstream should be fully considered and mitigated before allowing any future development. This project has not met this standard and does not mitigate any increased flows. My general personal fear is much worse with the proposed new road adding to runoff that flows directly towards my downstream property. Having lived 43 years in this neighborhood, I have realistic concerns about detrimental flood control issues already present and potentially exacerbated by this project. Since my property is downstream of this project and lacks proper mitigating plans to address my flood control concerns, I vehemently oppose C98145C 36 and La Cholla project or any other that would violate the terms and conditions of the 1979 annexation restrictions. The 22 lots and 44 homes allow current residents to continue living in their existing rural lifestyle while saving open space for all, including the desert flora and wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Laughlin. Dale Warner. Mr. Dale Warner.
You hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Warner. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you. My name is Dale Warner. We moved here in 1964, a proposed project of an FOD using RAC as a bonus of side-by-side maximum density of 172-story houses. FOD and the use of RAC as a development tool has to be removed before the density is acceptable. We are unified, vote no on C98145C 36 in La Cholla. Make it a desert park. Mayor and Council has heard this from all our neighborhoods and stakeholders. On March 10th, 2021, our neighborhood and stakeholders' first meeting with Scott Clark, Director of PDSD, stated, with the use of RAC, that PDSD does not need Mayor and Council's vote at all to do 150 houses on this site. It is the developer that wants a 41-year-old restriction of zoning removed to do 170 houses. Scott Clark made it very clear that this project at 36 La Cholla of 170 houses will be, and that the current 4th or 5th site plan will change again. Are we now approving an open site plan? Our neighborhoods and stakeholders were outraged when Scott Clark put the weight of PDSD to be a real estate broker representing developers, stating, we have housing crisis. Scott Clark recommends to make a deal. This will be, it is a PDSD approved project. PDSD is using RAC to pack houses in ways that would be illegal if using current UDC codes, but they have FLD with the use of RAC bonuses as a development tool itself that uses R1, R2 zoning densities for MH1 zoning densities. It appears that PDSD is bending over for all developers and giving them what they want. This could be a $55 million developer's dream come true. Stated many times, Carrie is getting her way again with PDSD. We know where PDSD stands on this project. Honorable Mayor and Council, we are not your enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passions may have been strained, it must not break our bonds of affection. Time to vote on this proposed project. You own your individual votes. Vote no on C98145C 36 in La Cholla. Please find a new path. Make it a desert park for all Tucsons. Thank you again, Mayor and Council.
Thank you so much, Mr. Warner. Gigi Brown.
Yes, Your Honor.
Gigi Brown. You might have to press *6.
Hello.
We can hear you, Ms. Brown. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I want to talk about the sensitive issues going on with Reid Park and the zoo and ask you to really, really consider our new option that a group of Tucsonians have developed as an alternative concept that really addresses all the legitimate concerns of all the parties. And it's really a way to go ahead and expand the zoo without really within a reasonable budget. And while saving Barnum Hill and all those wonderful mature tree canopies and the south pond, as well as all the other existing public green spaces. They're calling this alternative G minor, and I hope you've all seen the pictures, because it's really a variation of the community preferred concept G, that means that we were expanding, or they were trying to expand to the north and into those underutilized service areas. From among the many choices that were offered to the city recently in that conducted survey, they proposed to extend the zoo north into the paved areas that are now containing prefab metal storage structures, and they can be readily relocated off-site. And they approach this to reduce cost, like minimizing existing site features. But the best thing about this concept is that saving Reid Park, which there's hardly any green space for the public to use. So we're hoping that not only will you consider this new wonderful option called G minor and help maintain Reid Park and preserve it for the public to access it. And I hope you really take a look at this to see how wonderful these new ideas are. They're actually really exciting and keeping all those things that originally in G weren't, they were talked about and money towards
30 seconds.
Okay, so anyway, I just want you to know that preserving the heart of Reid Park isn't measured in dollars and cents. It's just an environment that we need to save. We need to save those trees and the open space to be enjoyed by our community, especially during the pandemic, and we see how valuable that space has become. And it's for the common good, and it's really going to. All right. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms.
Appreciate it.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Don Womack.
I don't see him on, Your Honor.
You don't see him at all?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's move on to Robert Cohen. Mr. Robert Cohen.
6.
Mr. Cohen?
*6. So can you hear me now?
Yes, you are on. We can hear you, and you have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Let me hit my timer. Okay, my name is Robert Cohen. I moved to Tucson in 1972. I'm calling about Reid Park and the zoo. I played on the waterfalls at Barnum Hill as a child and took my own children there. I'm currently the leader of the Tucson Burning Man Arts Forum with over 1,500 members. And we use the Barnum Hill area for yoga classes, hooping, and other social activities. We've taken surveys 3 times of groups of 60 members plus, and each time all were unanimous that all the green space should be preserved and hard space should be the valid option for the zoo. We're building a city for the 21st century, not the 19th or the 20th, and trees and green space are critical to the future of the planet. We all feel that going west of Lakeshore Drive is very problematic, and that even in the north space, trees need to be protected as much as possible. And we also would not like to see any additional unsightly fencing around the park. And lastly, this has been a very big concern for me all along. There have to be consequences to things that were discussed about not blaming the community and how much outreach is enough, but also what kind of outreach. There had to be a deliberate choice, a specific choice not to have the word expansion included on the vote. I have checked every single notice on the zoo website that I could find, going back many years, about the plan, and in every case, the word expansion is buried at the bottom of a notice that says that come hear about our plan, come hear about our improvements, come hear about our plan and expansion, right at the very bottom. So outreach has to be not just enough, but it has to be clear and fair, and to keep mentioning costs and problems that have come up from this failure to communicate efficiently cannot keep being blamed on the community that wants to preserve the park. If mistakes were made, they need to be taken care of, but we clearly are addressing this in a timely way. Yep, and we definitely feel that it's important that things are communicated correctly, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I think Mr. Don Womack is online now. Mr. Womack? Mr. Clerk, do we have Don Womack on the line?
We do, he just muted himself now, Your Honor.
Alrighty, Mr. Womack, you have to press *6.
Okay, he's unmuted.
Go ahead, Mr. Womack.
Your phone may be muted, Mr. Womack.
Mr. Womack, you might have your phone on mute, like physically on mute. You might want to press your mute button on the phone.
And press *6 again.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. I only pressed *6 times, so that's okay. Okay, hello everyone. This call to speak process is fun. My name is Don Womack. Live in Ward 6 and bike to Reid Park. Will advocate for G minor on zoo expansion. I respect and really like all the council members, including Steve, and have a high regard for our mayor. In the study session, I am humbled and appreciate the council voting for the D+ G minor motion. Definitely proud of our council. Also enjoyed Councilman Cunningham's comment that parks need more funding and the council should talk about it. Tucson is a great city. I'm totally mystified that anyone would want or plan to destroy Barnum Hill, especially zoo and city officials. Also, the majority of the daily visitors to Reid Park green space are Latinos, and their voices had a very low response rate in the city survey. Only 16% were Hispanic. The survey was flawed. With G minor being red, the photo of the G minor new zoo layout is beautiful. The walking bridge and additional zoo land with the white therapeutic center and parking lots in the middle looks like a perfect layout for the zoo's expansion. Now, my statement on G minor. First of all, I'd like to give a heartfelt thank you to the mayor and city council for the 45 delay in the zoo expansion. Today, I am speaking for the folks that actually use Reid Park green space. I bike, walk, and attend events. The visitors to our park are 60 to 70% low and middle income Latinos. The public needs more open green space, not less. Now, architect Bill Vent's zoo expansion concept in G minor is brilliant. G minor saves green space and is very cost effective. Having a world-class zoo arch bridge is visionary, like something in San Diego, Disneyland, or Tokyo. I mean, it's unbelievable. Finally, Reid Public Park and Reid Zoo visitors will love a world-class arch bridge.
30 seconds.
G minor is a win-win for everyone. Thank you all for listening. Love the council meeting today. Bye.
Thank you, Don. I really appreciate it. I'm having technical difficulties, so if you notice some issues and glitches, I'm having a hard time with my network connection. So our next person that signed up to speak and called to the audience is Jocelyn Rechicher or Rekikar. I'm so sorry, I'm butchering your last name. Jocelyn?
Yes, I'm here. So my family and I have lived in the Julia Keene neighborhood for 14 years, and I serve as a co-chair on the Julia Keene Neighborhood Association. My purpose in attending today was to express mine and our association's support for the G minor option for the Reid Park Zoo expansion. G minor, which was originally named the Julia Keene Neighborhood Association option, JKNA, allows for zoo expansion without sacrificing any green space in the park. I served as one of the members of the core stakeholders group and participated along with 6 other Julia Keene residents in the dialogue circles. The common theme amongst the majority of participants in both the core stakeholders group and dialogue circles was that people, the neighbors and the users of Reid Park, did not want to see the loss of existing green space in the park for the zoo expansion. The plans presented by the city manager's office, option D and the DG plan, not only sacrifice green park space, but actually increase the amount of land given to the zoo above and beyond what was required in their original expansion plan. While the original expansion plan required 4.2 acres of space for the Asia exhibit, the options recommended by the city manager's office include 6.9 and 6.7 acres, respectively. We question why these plans would cede an additional 2.5 acres of park space to zoo control. I do know that the mayor and council passed a motion this evening to proceed with designing a zoo expansion to the north and west of the Edith Ball Aquatic Center. The Julia Keene Neighborhood Association would like to stress that we really hope that the mayor and council's motion that included the idea that the least amount of green space be encroached upon in the new design as possible be honored. We would like to see the new design fit the G minor footprint as close as is possible, and if needed, only the smallest amounts of green park space be taken for the project. The open green space in Reid Park is critical to the health and wellness of the residents in the Midtown area and around the park. We also believe it is important that there be an ongoing opportunity for neighborhoods and park users to be involved in the design process for the zoo expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Krista Fay?
Not on, Your Honor.
Cindy Hogan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Cindy Hogan, you have to press *6 to unmute.
Great. Yes, good evening. Can you hear me? This is Cindy Hogan.
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Right. I'm here once again as a concerned citizen to raise awareness about the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program, a $3.2 billion federal initiative to provide eligible households a $50 discount on monthly internet service and to on the purchase of a computer or tablet. Enrollment does begin on May 12th, and a statewide effort to publicize this program is underway. A recent Common Sense Media study found that 29% of Arizona K-12 students lack internet connectivity at home needed for distance learning. Nearly 20% of students do not have devices at home for distance learning, and 56% of those students who lack access to the internet are Black, Latinx, or Native American. Also, a recent study by the Humana Foundation revealed that 58% of Americans over the age of 65 have no broadband connection to their homes, which hampered vaccine efforts due to lack of information. These are big swaths of the population whose health, education, and well-being are being jeopardized because they lack the access to the flow of information from the internet that many of us simply take for granted. To connect as many people as possible under the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program, we need our community to mobilize. The application process is complex and many people do not have the computer or computer skills necessary even to sign up. We need to organize sign-up events and demonstrate that we are committed to bridging the digital divide in Tucson and Southern Arizona. I'm going to follow up my speaking by sending each council office an email with great information about program eligibility, a sign-up training toolkit, and a statewide helpline to answer questions. There are more funding opportunities coming through the federal American Rescue Plan to provide the support our community and state need, not only to get Arizonans connected to the internet, but also to provide the digital skills and tech support needed for them to use technology effectively to improve their health, education, and well-being. We need to come together as a community to understand where the gaps are so that we can put future funding to the best use. The pandemic has brought the digital divide into full focus. Let's keep the spotlight on the issue and find ways to move past Band-Aid solutions and bring about real changes that rectify the digital inequities we can no longer ignore. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. That is excellent information. I'll be looking for it so that we can share with our constituents. Our next speaker.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Patricia Flores.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Russell Witt.
No, Your Honor.
Alrighty, thank you, Mr. Clerk. We move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through E.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is Tucson Code amending Chapter 18, Declaration of Trust for the City's Self-Insured Risk Trust Fund. Item C is Tucson Code amending Chapter 23A, establishing development impact fee schedules and effective dates. This item will be considered separately at the requests of Council Members Cunningham and Fimbres. Item D is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for the cooperative development and management of trails at John F. Kennedy Park. Item E is a grant application to the Federal Transit Administration for Urbanized Area Formula Funds under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the matters of the consent agendas except for item 7C at this time.
All right, there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Ms. Zulik?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. We consider item C separately. Mr. Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to know, regarding consent item 7C, will projects that are being reviewed by PDSD through June 30th, 2020, and their projects that have been filed prior to June 30th be grandfathered under the old emergency impact fee rate being proposed to be changed? Mr. Ortega.
Mr. Ortega.
You're muted, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, Manager asked me to respond. So the way it works is that if you act on the item as presented tonight, the relief fee period will end July 1, and the previously adopted, full adopted impact fees will go into effect. We saw the letter raising the concern about, well, what about projects that have already submitted for building permits, but they haven't been issued yet because there's some backlog in the review. So long as those permits are actually issued on completed applications by June 30th, then they will pay the relief fee schedule amount. If it's after that, they would pay the full adopted fees. What you could do as the mayor and council, if you want to give protection to those that are already in, that have already submitted completed applications or would do so within, say, the next week, then we could add a new section to the ordinance, not in the code, but just a section of the ordinance to explain that for folks who timely submit completed applications for building permits by a certain date, and I would suggest not making it July 1, because then you'd have potentially folks rushing in at the last minute to submit permits that aren't complete or ready to go forward just so they'll get the relief rate. But instead, set a date like later this month. And I have language ready to go if that's what you're interested in accomplishing.
Thank you, Mike. I'd like to consider that option for some of these folks that are putting it in.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Cunningham.
Your Honor, I don't know if anybody knows, but I've actually been working on this for the last week. This is kind of where we ended up in discussing it with DSD and the attorney. And we didn't really want to keep it ambiguous. There's just some ambiguity that's involved where I see leading up to it, we're going to have some folks file on June 20th and say, hey, look, why didn't I get grandfathered? This isn't fair. And the bottom line is it doesn't work like that. For the folks listening at home, it depends on the size of the project, the scope of the project, how many if you come in on June 30th and dump a 450 multifamily apartment building on us and expect to get, and then demand to get grandfathered, it's really not fair to us. And we really need to be able to limit the ambiguity. I didn't want to put a date too far out because then people would just kind of rush to judgment. Either you're ready to go or you're not. So what I propose is an amendment that says, look, if you can't get your completed submission in by May 14th, then we don't ask for a grandfather. And that gives the people who are ready a few days to get their stuff in. But the people who aren't ready, they knew they were going to miss it anyway. But I don't want to be in this situation where we're ambiguous later. You're either ready or you're not. And I think that 9 days or the 10 days from now is totally legitimate and fair. And in speaking with everyone, I think that's how it goes. In talking with Mr. Clark through this process, we have somewhat of a 6-week turnaround. So I'm proposing that the May 14th date be added in to the ordinance.
So May 14th.
Mike, do you have language to be read in, or how does that work?
Councilmember Cunningham, I do have language to be read in, but it looks like there might be other council members with questions or comments first.
Councilmember Kozachik.
The permitting is one thing, but when we adopted these new rates, as I recall, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, we were talking about people who had projects in the pipeline that had been platted, not permitted, but platted, so that they had shown every intention of moving forward, and these new rates would affect their ability to do that. So I'm actually rewinding the tape even further than simply putting in a permit in 6 weeks ahead of the deadline, but people who had the development plans platted before at the time we moved this forward. So how are you're chomping at the bit? Go ahead, Mike.
No, I'm so glad you asked the question, because I wanted to address it as part of this. There's two different things going on. State law and our city code, our impact fee code, already address the situation that Councilmember Kozachik just raised, in that they provide that when a governing body, a city, adopts what is actually a new or increased fee, folks who have already gotten platted for, say, a commercial development, or who have actually secured a permit for a residential development that may be, that they'll get additional permits on later on, they are actually already, I'll use your terminology, or the terminology that's been used so far, grandfathered. They're locked in to the rate of the prior impact fee, and they're actually locked in for a period of 2 years. Okay, so those folks are already locked in to the rate that was in place before the new full adopted fee. What was raised in the new letter from the MPA was to say, hey, look, there are a lot of folks who now have submitted permits or who are right about to submit permits, but because the department has some backlog and delays in review, they shouldn't get punished by the fact that a delay in the review of the current building permits ends up pushing them past July 1, right? So that they don't get the benefit of the relief rate, but instead, are subject to the full adopted fee. And so the language I'm prepared to read in would take care of that situation. Say, okay, if you're not already one of those who are grandfathered under the old code because you platted or got your permits, but now you've got a permit that's pending, and that normally we'd be able to turn around and get issued before July 1, we're going to protect you and say, look, as long as you get that in and it's a completed permit application, and you do it by whatever the date, and the date Councilmember Cunningham has proposed is May 14. Even if we're not able to turn it around and get you your permit before July 1, you're going to be able to get the relief rate. Our delay is not going to cost you and cause you to be subject to the full adopted rate.
But by the same token, if you don't get it in by that date, don't come asking us to get grandfathered. So look, this is inevitable. We're going to have some unambiguous time where we close the barn door, but I don't want to wait. And I don't want to be in a situation where, look, there may be people who submit after May 14th who are able to get their permit
that's where I was going.
Good for them. But I don't want to have I don't want to be held to it after May 14th. That's all.
I get it. That's where I was going. So that we're not saying you got to get your application in by the 14th. If I come in for a small residential, TI on June 15th, and Scott turns it around, then that's cool.
Totally.
Yes, that would stay, as long as they secured their permit before July 1. It wouldn't preclude those folks who come in and they get a quick turnaround, as long as they get their permit before July 1. That's exactly right.
This is to prevent the scenario where someone shows up with 580 platted units on two days before.
Project,
But all this really does is it gives clarity to everybody involved, and I think that's what everybody's looking for.
Alrighty, so Councilmember Cunningham put the deadline of May 14th for bigger, more complicated projects. So I just want to make sure that people my colleagues on the council are feeling comfortable with that date so that we can add it. I see a lot of nods. Alrighty, so the motion will have, Mr. Rankin, a date certain, which is May 14th.
Okay.
Can you read that? Can you read it again?
Go ahead and read what would be added to the ordinance.
Yes.
And this would become a new section 4 of the proposed ordinance, and it would read as follows. Because this ordinance does not adopt new or modified development impact fee schedules, but instead establishes an effective date of the full adopted fee schedules previously adopted by the Mayor and Council, the provisions of UDC Section 23A-81.C, under which new developments in the city are temporarily exempt from increases in development impact fees, do not apply. However, in recognition of the fact that some new development projects have already submitted building permit applications that are currently under review or are about to submit building permit applications for new development, the Mayor and Council direct the city manager and staff to assess the emergency relief fee rates at the request of the applicant to new development in the limited circumstance where the applicant submits or has submitted a complete building permit application on or before May 14, 2021, but where the issuance of that building permit occurs on or after July 1, 2021, due to the passage of time attributable to city review of the completed application. The direction in this section does not apply to any permit application that is or was not complete as of May 14, 2021. And for purposes of this section, a complete building permit application means one that includes all the information provided under the Planning and Development Services building submittal requirements and checklist.
Roger's going to let you read the consent agenda next week. You did well.
So that language is acceptable, and it was done in the form of a motion, or do you need a motion, Rankin? I don't know if we did.
I think they need
We're
a
going to
motion.
accept the item, so I'll move the 7C item with the addition of the language that Mr. Rankin just read. Is there a second?
So there's a motion. There is a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Nick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Ms. Zulik.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The item on item C on the consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0. Thank you so much, Mr. Rankin. We move on to item 8.
Public hearing amending the Unified Development Code to standardize the calculation of review timelines, hearing ordinance number 11834.
City Manager's communication number 136 dated May 4th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the amendments to the Unified Development Code and its supplements to standardize and timeframes and to utilize calendar days instead of both calendar days and business days. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Mr. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Your Honor.
Alrighty, if not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. This public hearing is closed. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11834 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11834 relating to planning and zoning, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Article 3, Sections 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.9, 3.10, and 3.11, Article 4, Section 4.9, Article 5, Sections 5.8, 5.10, and 5.12, Article 7A, Section 7A.10, Article 10, Section 10.3, Article 11, Section 11.4, and amending the Administrative Manual Supplement to the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Section 2, subsections 2-07.6.0 and 2-09.3.0, Section 3, subsections 3-01.3.0, 3-02.0.0, and 3-03.0.0, Table 3-02 and Table 3-03, and amending the Technical Standards Manual Supplement to the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Section 1, subsection 1-01-6.0, Section 2, subsection 2-01-8.0, Section 4, subsection 4-02.3.0, and setting an effective date.
You still have halfway to go, Roger. Just kidding.
I'm gonna have to talk to the attorney's office about that.
You forgot the second half of this. What is the council's pleasure?
Paul, this one.
Roger just read.
Alrighty, so I need a motion to pass.
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt ordinance 11834.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second to pass and adopt ordinance 11834. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Ms. Zulik?
Aye.
Alrighty, ordinance 11834 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 9.
Public hearing approving the City of Tucson fiscal year 2022 annual action plan, program year 2 of the 5-year consolidated plan, FY 2020 through 2024, hearing resolution number 23335.
City Manager's Communication 132 dated May 4th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the City of Tucson draft fiscal year 2022 annual action plan. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Mr. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Your Honor.
If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? This public hearing is closed. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution 23335.
Resolution number 23335 relating to public housing, approving the proposed City of Tucson annual action plan, program year 2 of the 5-year consolidated plan for fiscal year 2022, authorizing and directing submittal of that plan to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
I move that we pass and adopt resolution number 23335.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Here, none. Roll.
Ms. Zulik,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham, Ms. Santa Cruz, Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Resolution 23335 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 10.
Economic Development, approval of primary jobs development tax incentive agreement with CIS Global Incorporated, resolution number 23334.
City Manager's communication number 131 dated May 4th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution 23334 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23334 relating to economic development incentives, authorizing and approving the primary jobs incentive development agreement between the City of Tucson and CIS Global Incorporated for expansion and relocations of current facilities in Tucson to 1601 West Commerce Court, Tucson, Arizona.
What is the council's pleasure?
I move that we authorize and approve resolution 2334.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Ms. Zulik.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 23334 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 11.
Economic Development authorizing a G-Plat lease agreement for Oyo Hotel, formerly Regal Inn, resolution number 23337.
City Manager's communication number 134 dated May 4th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution 23337 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23337 relating to economic development incentives and real property, authorizing and approving the government property lease excise tax lease agreement between the City of Tucson and Shrai Pramuka Incorporated for the renovation of the existing Regal Inn Hotel and rebranding it as the Oyo Hotel located at 1222 South Freeway.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move that we approve and authorize resolution 2337.
I'll second that.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mayor Romero.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Ms. Zulik.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Resolution 23337 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 12.
Pre-annexation and development agreement with the owners of the Palo Verde Corridor property and the Valencia Corridor properties. Your Honor, this item has been continued at the request of staff.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Item 13.
Resolution calling on the Arizona legislature and Governor Ducey to oppose the flat income tax proposal in Arizona.
Mr. Clerk, I'd like the Mr. Attorney to make sure that we are approving a resolution against the flat income tax, but other income tax proposals, cutting income tax proposals as well.
Mayor, that's correct. That's how the resolution is written.
All righty, thank you so much. So, Mr. Clerk, you're requested to read resolution, is it 23338 by number and title only?
Resolution number 23338 relating to income tax cut proposals at the Arizona Legislature, calling upon the Arizona Legislature to oppose income tax cuts, including the flat income tax proposal and similar proposals that would significantly reduce voter-approved funding for public safety and other critical local government services, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I motion to pass and adopt Resolution 23338.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Cunningham, you have your hand up.
You're muted, Councilmember.
Oh, she said, I had my hand up. I said, you're darn right I do. Again, I want to like preempt some things. First of all, I dare you to call me a tax raiser for voting for this, because that's not the case at all. This is basically a play by Phoenix people to steal money from Tucson. That's the bottom line. If you don't want me to support this, then basically you don't care about Tucson. That's my thing. When you really look at the way income distribution is around our state, all that happens is that Tucsonans will get taxed a higher percentage of their own income compared to people from Phoenix, compared to people who don't live in the city limits. That's what's going to happen here. This is completely anti-Tucson, this proposal by the governor. Moreover, and I want to make this really clear, if you want to continue to allow our tax money to pay for freeways in Scottsdale, and roads in Phoenix, and parks in Maricopa County, this is the time. They keep voting in people who do idiotic things like this. That's the bottom line. This is so important. This is the most important thing we could do. The governor's thing right here has basically said, hey, Tucson, we just want you to have a lower quality of life, because he doesn't care about it. I suggest you call the governor's switchboard, and I'm going to get the number right here, and ask him to start actually caring about Tucson. That's kind of where that's what's coming in here. And your council right now is trying to represent you. So I want to make that very clear today, because this plan is so anti-Tucson. It's a slap in the face to us. And that's what I wanted to say about this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Councilmember Cunningham. I just want to remind the community that is still hearing, and my colleagues on the council, that what the flat rate, the 2.5% flat income tax rate would do to the city of Tucson budget is eliminate $21 million annually to the Tucson budget. That proposal will hurt our community and will hurt our workers here in the city of Tucson. So the 2.5% flat income tax rate cut would affect us to the tune of $21 million a year. Imagine the conversations we have to have in terms of what we have to cut every year to the tune of $21 million. The other proposal by Governor Ducey is suggesting that they lower the income tax revenues by $200 million the first year, $400 million in year 2, and $600 million in year 3. Tucson would lose $17 million over those 3 years, and then $8.5 million per year thereafter. So I want to make sure that my colleagues on the council and the community of Tucson understand how these tax cuts would affect our budget and our quality of life. Any continued discussion? Hearing none. Let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Ms. Zulik?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye. Not that there was any doubt.
Resolution 23338 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 14.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, May 18th at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Have a nice evening and happy Cinco de Mayo. Happy May the 4th be with you. Have a wonderful rest of your week. Thank you.